Levine Studios, Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The Cowboys left with a huge void after just one game. Quarterback Dak Prescott set for surgery today on his injured right thumb, expected to miss 6 to 8 weeks. Cooper Rush starts during Dak's absence, and Dallas will pay for its failure to bring in a backup QB this offseason, believes our Keyshawn Johnson.
Quarterbacks rarely play the entire season. That's why I always say, Max, backup quarterbacks at a premium. If you can get you one, you go and pay for that guy. That's what you do. Now you're looking at the Dallas Cowboys 6 to 8 weeks possibly with Dak Prescott. This is where we are with the Dallas Cowboys. Another dud season for them.
Keyshawn of Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. ESPN's Adam Schefter's reporting Steelers Defensive Player of the Year T.J. Watt will get second and third medical options about his torn pectoral muscle tomorrow. If he needs surgery, his season's likely over. If he doesn't, he possibly could return in 6 weeks. The Dodgers actually did not clinch a playoff spot as they thought yesterday. MLB announced there was an internal error in determining the Dodgers' postseason clinching scenarios, so their magic number is still 1. They can clinch a spot with a win tonight.
The new Venture X card from Capital One. Earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars and 5x miles on flights when you book through Capital One Travel, plus 2x miles on all other purchases. Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Jacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! What are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Kasey, jamming here on a Monday.
Vibing, bro.
I was going to say, after waking up early, man, you
Let's
did a
go.
good job at bringing the energy.
Coffee number 3, baby. Let's do it.
3. Gosh, I had that by 9. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts. Gosh, this would be a lot more fun if they had won.
Yeah, here we go. I'll fade it down. I'll fade it down.
I mean, this would be a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Give me a crap. You all right? How many donuts have you had today? The Jaguars lose 28-22. I was wondering why I couldn't hear your microphone very well.
You're the only one. You're the only one who was wondering. Everyone else was like, oh, thank God.
But I can hear you in studio, and I was like, you're using the wrong microphone. That will make, by the way, that will make Aaron mad, won't it?
Good.
Yeah. No, it's going to make me really mad.
Settle down. You're all right. Let's go. It's like the Jags start on defense.
But could you imagine? It sounds like I'm in another room. Could you imagine if the Jags ran out in the middle of whatever they call Washington Stadium to play football and realize that the game was back in Jacksonville? Because that's what that just felt like.
Hopefully that will never happen or happen to you again.
Yeah.
Jaguars. All right, man. Listen, we talked about it this morning. I'm not going to assume everybody heard, but Monday Morning Madness started this morning, Kasey and I.
Very
so
cool.
We had a lot of thoughts and obviously a lot on Twitter and last night on TV from me. Listen, the Jags are 0-1. I mean, and I don't think this should be here we go again kind of stuff. I mean, Doug Peterson's 0-1 as the Jags head coach. It's a new football team. That's a hard thing to separate. I get it. I don't blame you for feeling as negative as you do. And when are the wins going to come? Like that's just part of being a fan. And around here, haven't had a lot to cheer about. But I thought we saw some things that were, maybe some signs. But the bottom line is the Jags just don't have that winning gene still, and they can't get it done. They can't make the biggest plays. And sooner or later, somebody's going to have to make the play that actually does win the game. Trayvon Walker made a play that I thought was about to win the game. Tyson Campbell made a play that I thought was about to win the game. James Robinson made a play that I thought was about to win the game. Devin Lloyd made a play that I thought was about to win the game. But Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne missed a couple of opportunities to win the game, maybe even earlier. and they weren't the only ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty interesting game from Jags fan perspective. Then I woke up this morning to look at social media, and oh boy, it's a little bit mixed out there from the fan base, Brent.
Well, I think everything's emotional, right? Then everybody's tired of losing around here, which, they should be.
Yeah.
And I do think Doug Peterson's not going to have the mantra of, hey, this was okay. It was fine. We're young. But I also think he has to keep the ship going in the right direction, too. One game is not a season.
Sure.
And they have to be very careful about that. The problem for the Jags right now is, once again, finding wins. Like on the schedule, if they can't win when they're up 22-14 against Carson Wentz, and they look like they've got all the momentum, and in the final 10 minutes of all people, Carson Wentz and Washington come back and beat you with a 49-yarder and then a game-winning touchdown with 1:48 to go, then that's a little difficult, right? To say, okay, now they're going to beat the Giants, or they're going to beat the Texans, who battled the Colts. That's what's hard right now, is where do you find the wins for the Jags?
And that was the discussion me and Kasey, at least, were having a little bit earlier today. If you're a Jags fan, you think they're going to win 7, 8, maybe even 9 games. I heard some people talking 10 or 11 games. Now you got to go out and find these wins, because this was one you should have had.
Again, this is still a 6 to 7 kind of win season that the Jags need to have, but can you even find those? And I think they will, actually. I do think they will find a way to do it. It didn't happen in week 1, and now you might be puts a little more pressure on week 2, the home opener against the Indianapolis Colts. Let's go out to the West Coast and bring in Maurice Jones-Drew, who joins us on Mondays here on Brent and Friends at ESPN 690. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts, and MOJO. All right, man. What did you think from afar watching the Jags lose 28-22?
I thought they played awesome. I know a lot of people were concerned, and you kind of sent me some things you wanted to talk about, but I thought the Jags played really well. You saw the defense be opportunistic with turnovers, getting sacks, forcing different things, the offense being explosive at times. And I think because they're young, you find a way to grow, they'll get better. And so little concerned about the touches for the running backs. But I'll say this. I remember coming off my foot injury and my knee injury. You don't want to throw them out there right now and give them 30 touches, right? You want them to slowly build them up. And so I think they'll continue to get better, and I think you'll find those wins you guys were talking about down the road.
Let's stay right there, Maurice, with it, because, again, the touches, it's like 18 touches between James Robinson and Travis Etienne. So that's not a lot. But the production was really good. 134 total yards in the receiving and rushing game. So you start adding up those numbers, and that's good for every touch. And then 2 touchdowns for James Robinson, 1 receiving, 1 running. And so the mantra a little bit around here, Mojo, is why not more, like you said. But I do wonder internally if they had somewhat of a pitch count, especially on James Robinson. He was longer in the rehab process. He just got cleared a few weeks back. He really hadn't played a full game yet or any action in the preseason. And so there was a chance they're probably being a bit more careful with him, even though he ran the rock pretty well.
No, for sure there was a pitch count. There always is, right? When you're coming off an injury, they're never going to put you out there the whole time unless you're a quarterback and you're completely healthy. I think for James Robinson, they probably had a touch count like, hey, let's give him about 10 to 13, 12 touches and see what he can do, and then kind of let's slowly build him up. Again, that's a major injury, an Achilles, right? And so, and the same thing with Travis Etienne coming off of that Liz Frank that I had, right? You have to make sure that everything's going well. You don't want to overdo it right away. As you saw in the Tampa Bay game with Chris Godwin, he pulled a hamstring coming off of ACL, right? So you got to make sure that you put those guys in position to be successful throughout the whole season. Yes, you want to win week 1, and I know we're all frustrated, but, again, that product on the field was much better than what we've seen in a long time, and they had a great opportunity to win. And so they were up 10 in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, 22-14, yeah, so a touchdown, 2-point conversion.
Well, there you go, 8. And so in that situation, those are things that you're going to learn. There's always a process of learning. That's what I had to learn in Jacksonville when we became a young team, is when you have young guys, they're going to make mistakes. And so you just got to continue to keep getting better and pushing forward. And I think you're going to see some of those wins come out. I know the Colts, everyone's like, oh, the Colts. But, I mean, they struggled last week mightily, like with some very fundamental things, not getting a snap back and turnovers and different things. So as long as you continue to clean up what you're doing, I think that the Jags will be completely fine.
Mojo, you mentioned Chris Godwin a couple of minutes ago. It's interesting to me that he pulled that hammy, even though he was on the pitch count. according to Adam Schachter. But if you look at the carry split between James Robinson and Travis Etienne, pitch counter or not, if you're just looking at percentage of possessions, you're looking at like a 66-33 split. Do we all think this was more game script with the Commanders, or do we think that's how the Jags are going to roll with this? Like 2 out of 3 times James Robinson out of the backfield, and then maybe 1 out of 3 for Travis, and then mostly he'll be doing all of his work out of the flat.
No, I think it's very similar to what it was to me and Fred, right? When I was there, Fred was the guy. I would come in and get a series, get certain plays called for me to go in and make plays, and you get that explosive nature out of Travis Etienne. What you're going to get out of James Robinson is that workhorse, right? And you need that workhorse. And then, again, having 2 guys that have the ability to do those things is going to be very important for the Jags as they go down the stretch. There will be some games where Travis Etienne may get a little bit more touches or more playing time than James Robinson, just depending on how the flow of the game is going. But to me, James Robinson's been an every down back. He's been that guy since he's been in Jacksonville. And to me, you don't want to mess that up because you can count on him carrying the ball and getting better as the game goes along. And you use the explosiveness and the versatility of Etienne as the game goes.
Maurice Jones-Drew with us here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690 as we come off a Jags season opening loss 28-22 to Washington. Talking the running backs, and we'll get to Trevor and we'll get some other things about the game. But just another thought about the running backs. I think it's a sleepy, really good conversation to be had, and it was a good thing coming out of the game. The fact that James Robinson looked as good as he did, 6.8 yards a touch, when he ran on that 22-yard play, he showed quickness. He was able to make a cut. And it was like, wow. And then, of course, he's going to be physical. But, Maurice, I also believe Travis Etienne showed us a lot. Now, he had a drop down near the goal line. It wasn't all great, but he showed the quickness. He got to the outside. I mean, those are good flashes. Now they'll get the ball more. They'll get work back into the flow of it. I mean, they have a chance now to be good, and we talked about this last week. It's a floor-to-ceiling room. How are they going to come off injury? If yesterday was a small sample of what they are going to look like in the big picture, this might really be fun around here, Mojo.
Oh, no, definitely. I'll say this. I remember my rookie year, first game, trying to kind of get in the flow of things. It's nerve-wracking. Let's remember, Travis is a rookie.
Yeah, he is.
He's still a rookie. He's not everyone's like, oh, he's a rookie. He missed a whole season. So he still has to get his legs underneath him. And then obviously as the season went on for me, I got better, and I think he'll do the same. And then for James, you saw it. Like the ability to be explosive, make guys miss, run tough, all those different things that we saw beforehand. And as a guy who owns both of them in fantasy, I didn't play either one. And that's on me. But it was, again, I just like you and we all talked about, I want to see how you feel, how you look, how you play. Now that I see that, I'm like, okay, now we can go ahead and play him and we can get this thing rolling. And so I think, again, same thing for the Jags is those injuries played a big part in kind of the flow of the game and how they wanted to give guys carries. I think you'll see more of a running game, right? Doug Peterson loves to run the ball, but we saw him throw the ball a little bit more in situations they didn't have to, but it was also it was probably predicated off of how many touches does James have, right? How many touches does Travis have? Are we getting to that threshold? Do we want to slow him down a little bit? They may not admit it, but those are conversations that are had in meetings nonstop. And so I think after week one, now it's like, okay, and I can always go back to when I had my knee injury. I remember we were playing the Tennessee Titans, and Coach Del Rio was yelling at me. He's like, you have 20 carries already, and it's the third quarter. And I was like, so what? He goes, bro, we only wanted you to have 12 going into this game, right?
Too bad.
So I was like, oh, right. So in those situations, you want to be able to you have to be able to communicate and work. And it's a tough task when you have a guy coming off an injury because, yes, you want to win right now, but you also want to have those guys for the future, right, for the near future, later in the season when you go on our stretch run. So I think, some of the mistakes we saw, some of the throws we saw were just because they had to throw them instead of, running the ball the way they wanted to.
Yeah, well, they were behind the sticks a lot, too. And Doug Peterson already likes to throw it, but they were behind the sticks quite a bit because of the 13 penalties. Maurice Jones-Drew with us here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. All right, Mojo, you can only imagine what it's like here in town, right? Because there got to be guys in that locker room that are like on social media today and like, holy cow, like what's going on here? We're just 0-1 and we actually showed some good signs, but it's been a long road here in Jacksonville. And unfortunately, every new team that gets together has to wear that road that's been paved, which hasn't had a lot of wins along the way. And part of the discussion is, why didn't Trevor get it done? What's wrong with Trevor? 2-minute drill, missed ETN early on, also did some good things, but I mean, there's people for the first time are starting to talk about Trevor. Is it too soon? And what do you think about Trevor?
I think it's way too soon to talk as if, he's had weapons all around him, right? You can go back to Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow and those guys. Look, Herbert has had veteran wide receivers and tight ends around him his whole time. So he has guys that he can go to right away. Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. You throw the jump ball to Mike Williams. Last year, Trevor didn't have that. And no disrespect to Marvin Jones, because Marvin Jones is a really good receiver, but it was just Marvin Jones, right? So now you add some more pieces to it, and those guys got to continue to get better and continue to understand that. If you look at Joe Burrow, for example, his rookie year, he was with Higgins and Tyler Boyd. You bring in Jamar Chase, all of a sudden they look like a completely different thing. So you got to continue to put weapons around Trevor Lawrence and really, continue to allow him to grow. Yeah, that last throw, and I was watching the game, and I was like, okay, he's scrambling. You probably should throw it out of bounds, live for another down. But he's trying to make a play, and you can't be mad at him trying to make a play in a situation where, you're trying to make it work. And so I think, again, he's young. He's going to make mistakes. But this is what the Jags fans have to understand. The process of losing is you lose really bad like we did last year, and then all of a sudden you start to play closer games. And then you lose in the closer games. But then you figure out a way to win a close game. And then once you start to figure out the way to win, all of a sudden you start playing better and better and better. And that happened from 2006 to 2007 with us. We lost a bunch of close games in 2006. 2007, we figured it out. We went to the playoffs. And then some of those other seasons we had where we were 1 win away, 2 wins away, we were going back and forth on that process of winning. So I'm very excited and I would say excited and really want to see what the Jags do next week and how they come back and how they bounce back from this. Are they going to be the old Jags that soak and just go on this losing streak? Or are they going to find a way to get after a Colts team that's kind of, a little vulnerable?
It's impossible to talk about Trevor or even the running backs without at least acknowledging the offensive line. What do you guys think the offensive line showed you yesterday? Are you concerned? Do you think it's growing pains with the new pieces there? What do you think's going on up front?
Yeah, Mojo, I mean, is that front's good in Washington, but are they that good without Chase Young?
Yeah, I think they were matched up. There were some matchups that Washington took advantage of, and that's always tough, right? Again, it comes down to this. That's a group of 5 guys that have to learn to work together. You saw some miscommunication. You saw some, just different matchup problems. Again, I only can talk about my time when I was there. I remember we played Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis, and we had Khalif Barnes, and we had Tony Pashos. And we used to tell Khalif, look, we got to help Tony. You're by yourself on Dwight Freeney. You have to lock up with him because Pashos needs help. Well, in this situation, you had some guard issues up the middle. And you just got to continue to find ways to switch your protections, chip help, different things to get guys going. So, I'm concerned. It's week 1. There's a lot of bad O-line play this in week 1 and all around. Even from the Rams, I called that on Thursday night. That was horrible. That's going to happen. But as the season goes on, they have to continue to get better. And they're only coached by one of my old college teammates, Phil Rauscher. So I know Phil will get them right and ready to roll.
Wow, I didn't realize that. He was an old college teammate of yours. How about that? That's pretty good.
He's a classmate of mine at the great UCLA.
Hey, give me a sense. Go Bruins. Give me a sense of what you were doing and your reaction when Trayvon Walker made the play. Where were you, and what was your reaction?
Okay, I was sitting in the screen room at work. We had a bunch of games on. The Jaguars were on the left, so I was sitting in the front seat of the little theater screening room area, and I was watching it. And when he made that pick, I started screaming, "Go, cut to the left, jump up, do this, do that." And then all I hear is bro, you can't hear you. I was like, but he can hear me. Because that's why he's doing what I'm telling him to do. Now, I just know you have to know.
He's reaching for the game controller. He's trying to press the B button, make a juke move.
The quarterback is going to cut you because you're so big. You got to be able to jump over and make it work. But other than that, listen, he's going to continue to make plays. I think, again, they played a really well game. The touchdown to kind of go for the lead, that was a heck of a throw and a heck of a catch.
It was a good catch.
But it was great coverage, and Carson had pressure on him. So you can win with, you can learn from those and say, look, we're getting better, I think, Campbell had a pick. You're starting to see the defense turn it up. So it's about keeping it at that level when you play the next time.
The Trayvon Walker play was unbelievable, though, right? I mean, just the shed and the instincts and the IQ to go get it, and then the catch and the hands. I mean, he's got soft hands. We've seen the play like from high school, and people talk about like his ability to do it. He's a great basketball player, by the way. Maurice Jones-Drew, very good. I don't know about great; that might be a little over dramatic, but he was really good. Like in the film room today, like how much are they like rewinding that play on Trayvon? Do you think? I know you were in the running back room, but you got to be like, holy cow, look at this thing again.
Well, yeah. Well, so this is the thing. It's very Julius Peppers-esque, right? And that's what you get with the first round pick. And then when we were talking about it in the draft, he showed that ability to do all those things in Georgia. Now you're seeing him play at one position and figure it out. And so that's, like I said, it's all about continue to grow, right? And again, I know we've been down this road with the Jags and we've lost, and I was there and I understand it. It's frustrating, but this is a new team with new energy, new coaches, new players. I mean, you saw the explosiveness to throw a juke route to Christian Kirk, and he's able to take it almost till he get a first down on, what was it, like 1st and 20 or 2nd and 20, right? They have explosive players. They're only going to continue to get better players and better players and better players. I'm really pleased with what I saw, and I expect, wins to come in the next couple weeks. All
right, wrapping up with Maurice Jones-Drew. Real quick around the NFL because you follow it all. I had Dak Prescott as my MVP.
No. There's not with the offensive line.
That's what I'm saying, Mojo. Brent doesn't listen to these things.
Well, now that he's out for like 2 months or a month or whatever, too. That is
out
good.
For a while.
Who impressed you? That defense last night at Tampa, though, was really good. Like, really, really good. By the way, Leonard Fournette looked really, really good.
Really good.
And why can't Green Bay play in week 1? Why do they stink so bad at week 1?
Well, he has a bunch of rookies, and they played a team that was ready to go. It's very similar to what happened to the Rams, I think, against the Bills. The Bills lost on the last second. That's all they thought about this whole offseason. That's how they went to work. The Rams won a little bit. If you look at the Packers have had a little bit of success, and they've always dominated the Vikings. You go in there, Justin Jefferson is going crazy, and it's tough to try to keep up when you have a bunch of rookies around you. So there's a lot of teams that are struggling. Week 1 is always weird. Like in some of those survivor leagues, it's just weird, right? The Dolphins beat the Patriots. Patriots look horrible. It's just so much that goes on. You just have to kind of let week 1 go, let that get out, and then now you can, after week 2, you can kind of see what teams are who.
I know you do a lot of fantasy football. Maurice and me and Kasey do a lot of fantasy on this side as well. Anyone out there who you were looking at yesterday for your team, who you drafted high, who you go, man, this feels like a mistake. For me, I know I took CeeDee Lamb very high. He's a very talented receiver, but without Dak, that might be a problem. I know a lot of people out there looking at Cam Akers this morning after week 1 going, now what am I doing? Anyone who you're looking at going, I might have a little buyer's remorse here.
No, I kind of stayed away from CeeDee Lamb. I stayed away from a couple guys. I would say I should have drafted Leonard Fournette. I drafted Ezekiel Elliott, but it looks like it's going to work out for me because they're about to be run heavy like a mug.
Yeah, true.
But I took him in the 3rd round. Probably should have took Leonard, but I was like, man, Tom's going to throw the ball all over the yard. You know what I mean? And they're still trying to, but they need to lean on that running game because they have all those offensive linemen hurt. CD's going to be tough, though, especially now without Dak. Yeah. It was going to be tough already because Michael Gallup was out there playing with a bunch of other guys. And so, it happens. I think the hardest one is to pick who's going to be the guy between Waddle and Hill every weekend down there in Miami. That's going to be tough. But for the most part, most guys showed up. And Saquon, how about that?
How about Saquon?
That was good looking. That was good to see. Really like that. I bet you did.
That against Tennessee, too, out of all teams.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, the division's wide open, Mojo. We got them right where we want them here.
That's right. Let's go ahead and knock the Colts off. No one wanted to win that Houston Texans game. They'd rather kiss their sister. So let them go ahead and have that one.
Saquon was impressive, Mojo, but I don't know if you caught any of Le'Veon Bell and Adrian Peterson the other night.
I refuse to watch that.
Well, you're not boxing?
No, I'm not.
Come on.
All right. No. Hey, you got to go to an interview, so let me get you out of here. And by the way, all of Jacksonville would like you to give Jalen Ramsey a hug the next time you see him.
Hey, listen, Jalen Ramsey continues. People are on him about all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But he is one of the only corners in the National Football League that plays man-to-man coverage without safety help. So you're going to get beat up every now and then.
Well, he looked like he needed it the other night against Stephon Diggs, so.
No, don't do that. Stephon the dog, though.
Hey. All right, man. Thanks for joining us.
See you guys later.
All right, each and every Monday, Maurice Jones-Drew joins us here on Brent and Friends on ESPN690 with Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts as well, and Mojo keeping it real on the fantasy football front as well.
Word up.
I knew he would be like, I wondered how much hooting and hollering he was doing in that screen room that he's talking about, where everybody's all watching the games and the Jags are coming back. They're rolling off 18 in a row. It's like, oh, man, this is crazy, right?
Everyone's there trying to work. He's there with popcorn.
I mean, you can almost hear the whole city of Jacksonville hooting and hollering all at once.
Yeah.
Crazy week one game.
Yeah, boy, we had some moments. It was some moments, but not enough of them. Jags lose, so we'll continue to talk about that. Rashean Mathis joins us in the 4 o'clock hour, so we'll spend more time on the corners and those 2 late touchdowns especially. It's all in the way. Coming up on ESPN 690 on a Monday.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly cloudy, hot, and humid today with temperatures climbing near 90. More scattered showers and thunderstorms develop later this afternoon, so keep that umbrella handy. An isolated shower lasts early tonight, then partly cloudy with lows in the 70s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Summa.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys. No markups, no retail games, and never a commission.
Celsius Essential Energy is Jacksonville's official energy drink of summer, and Jacksonville summers are fueled by Celsius. If you see ESPN 690 out and about this summer, come grab an ice-cold Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
It's going to be a busy month at Best Bet Orange Park. The Greater Orange Park Open Tournament is back. This $500 no-limit hold'em tournament will be happening on Saturday, September 24th, with $120 satellites starting on September 21st. With plenty of parking and a safe and friendly environment, you'll see why Best Bet Orange Park was awarded the Best of Play in event, entertainment, and sushi. Open from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 24 hours on the weekend. Best Bet Orange Park.
Back in the day, crime was someone stealing something off the patio. Today, it's violent crime. Oftentimes, the bad guys hack into cameras and doorbells, steal your privacy, and break into your house while you or your loved ones are home. Criminals today are much smarter and more violent. You simply cannot fight today's criminals with do-it-yourself alarms. That's why you need a safe touch security and surveillance system with its 5 layers of detection and protection. Number 1, the safe touch sign. Crooks know to stay away from safe touch houses. Number 2, cameras using analytic technology that alerts the bad guys they are on camera while simultaneously alerting you, the homeowner. Number 3, entry alerts that notify Safe Touch before the bad guys even enter. Number 4, the exclusive Safe Touch two-way communicator that immediately alerts local emergency authorities. And number 5, the Safe Touch central monitoring center that is right here and not in some remote out-of-state location. Don't delay. Demand is at an all-time high. Call and receive professional installation at no charge. 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com, state license EF233.
Dave Benyon here with Zerorez. Fall is my favorite time of the year. It's cooling down outside and it's perfect weather for cleaning carpets and tile. At Zerorez, we are falling back in time. For September only, you can get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for only $129, and we will clean the 4th room for free. That's right, the 4th room is on me. At Zerorez, our mission is simple: to become the most trusted provider in our industry. Give Zerorez a chance to earn your trust. Zerorez, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Happy anniversary to them. Put their experience to work for you. Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. I've had mine for a handful of years now. Absolutely love it at the house. Connecticut's twin tank, non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call today and save hundreds, even thousands on a complete home solution for city and well water. Financing available with approved credit. And because the professionals at CGC Water are committed to being your go-to water experts, you can trust their master plumber with all your plumbing needs as well. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. Right now, you can take advantage of the $75 drain cleaning special. Call for details. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer.
If you are involved in a legal dispute and are not sure of your options, call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000 and take back control of your life.
Office in Jacksonville. Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the street.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Jags plus 2.5. I like it. Give me the Jags.
I love it. I think the Jags are going to win 27-10. Mark DeVoli likes the Jags. Homer up, everybody, and pick the Jags.
Schachter, you got a chance. Game picker-upper.
No,
come on.
Going Jaguars.
Come on, be an enemy in the town. Let's go.
Nothing I love more than being the heel. Believe me.
Look at us.
But I'm looking at Carson Wentz, and I'm looking at this Commanders team and going, where? Where are the guys that will beat the Jaguars? I don't see them.
Shame on us. We do this every year. Every year. I can't help 15 freaking years I've been doing this.
Tune in Monday.
And I've probably picked the Jags to win every home open, every season open.
Not only do we have an announcement on Monday, we'll have an open to the show with these sounds that just played and the collapse of the 2022 Jam.
Shame on us.
And welcome to Brent and Friends, not Brent, your gambling expert.
There's more of them, too. You're going to hear more throughout the show. We doubled down and tripled down.
It was ugly this weekend,
Holy cow.
Yeah. So here's what's crazy about this game, though, right? Is that it actually could have easily turned into what we were talking about.
Yeah, sure.
You know, there were so many opportunities. Now, it could have turned the other way, too. I don't think people are giving the play at the end of the first half, the forced fumble, enough credit. Like, that play, the game was over if Josh Allen doesn't force that fumble and the Jags don't recover.
Yeah.
They were moving again. The defense had, I think, made some stops at that point, made like one or two, but still, it just wasn't going well. Nothing was in sync for the Jags, and that kind of flipped the momentum toward the Jags. Now, they go down the field, I think, shortly thereafter, and they miss a field goal, or maybe that was the one where they go 4th and goal and don't get the touchdown on the drop, but whatever one that was, so they don't cash in. And that's a problem. In fact, it was the drop possession because I thought they needed to kick the field goal in that spot just to make sure they cash in.
Oh, and they did.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you get a turn, this is my problem with like Mike Norvell a couple weeks ago. When you get a turnover almost in positive territory or in positive territory, you've got to make that count for something.
You got to put points on the board.
Even if you're frustrated like heck that you didn't make the play, you've got to make it. It has to count. Now, to Doug's credit, and I can't fully rip him for it. Because I would have kicked the field goal. I think he should have kicked the field goal. But he called 2 touchdown plays on 3rd and 4th down. I mean, you're in the NFL. You got to make those plays. Like, you have to catch the football, Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
And I did a lot of people, I noticed, put this on Zay Jones, the 3rd down. I thought that was more Trevor. I thought that was more of a Trevor play, unless Zay Jones, people just didn't think finished the route or something like that. He got his hands on it.
Yeah.
But that was a tough play for Zay Jones. I keep telling Kasey, like, I had a terrible view on the TV stuff.
Did.
And so I can't see a lot of the replay unless they show it in the stadium yesterday. But did you guys think Zay Jones should have caught that, or was that a Trevor?
I thought Zay Jones should have caught it.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was more Zay Jones. So, although Zay Jones is one of these guys who I was looking at yesterday going, man, he looks a little better than I expected him to look. He's getting all kinds of separation all throughout the game, but certainly in that moment, really kind of letting the team down.
It wasn't like a dude for the Packers that was wide open and just dropped it.
Yeah. Or it wasn't like Etienne's. Like Etienne's
it wasn't like
Etienne's was bad.
Like it took some skill. I mean, it just it didn't stick is all it was. But yeah, I would put that one on Zay Jones. I actually thought it was for the situation going away with the corner in front, I thought it was a decent throw, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and he got some pressure, I think, on there. Okay, Trevor, let's go. Where are we at with Trevor Lawrence? I think Kasey and I are on the same page, which is dangerous.
It really is.
But
We work too much
It
together.
just doesn't look enough right. But I will say this, guys. If he throws the one to ETN, and he didn't, like, I'm mad at that one the most in the end zone. Now, ETN slips a little bit, but it was overthrown in my estimation. And you can't miss that throw. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
that
care.
open,
I
yeah.
don't care if you're the third string quarterback. You can't miss that throw in the NFL. Like, those are gimmies. He had protection. He had the guy that had a step, and it was nobody else to throw it away to in the end zone. Like, it's not like there was a safety over there or anything. He has to hit that play. And if he hits that play and ETN catches, we are talking a totally different animal today about Trevor Lawrence. You're talking 2 plays, 1 overthrow and 1 drop, and we are talking a totally different thing.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen, and so we're panicking now about Trevor Lawrence. And I think there's way too much panic in town. I've defended way too many quarterbacks over the years to give up on 16 because I'm seeing enough out of them that is good. I'm just not seeing enough of the flash plays that, like, wow, the Indianapolis play last year, in my opinion, is still like the only play that you're like, wow, that's why they picked him number 1. Now, he makes some tremendous throws.
I thought he made a couple of very small window throws. I thought they were really impressive.
He does. He does make some of those throws too. And so, but I'm talking that stick out. The 2nd and 10 throw that you stuff in a window don't really like stick out for a gain of 13. The play that he made against Indianapolis last year, when you save the snap, you move your feet, and you hit Marvin Jones in the back of the end zone, you're like, holy bleep. You know? He's only had like one of those. Yeah. Unless you're watching every down. He's like, pick the 3 plays that they're showing on SportsCenter for Trevor Lawrence in his career, and it might be just the one against Indianapolis. That's my point.
Yeah. I'm less concerned about the lack of flash and more concerned about what looks like his comfort and timing in that pocket. Like, for some reason, that clock look in his head looked all screwed up yesterday in the game where he's holding on to that ball, whether he's waiting for receivers to get open, and some of them on some plays looked open and some not. But he's got legs on him. Why he wasn't jumping out of that pocket earlier than he was in that game was kind of confusing to me. I'd love to hear something that makes sense.
It's almost like you listened to the show this morning with me and Brent, because we had a little bit of those discussions, because I feel the same way. I think the whole time it just looked uncomfortable for Trevor. I think even when it was going good, it didn't look that he was that comfortable at all at any point in time from the start to the end. And I think, to your point, Brent obviously didn't see it because the press box is garbage up there, but he holds on to the ball. He was holding on to the ball a lot, to your point. Was he waiting? I have a hard time believing that Christian Kirk wasn't open somewhere, you know?
Or Zay Jones, who looked open on most plays.
It's true. So, I mean, I share that feeling that he looked a bit uncomfortable.
Or just not calculating when it came to who's around him and where they're at. You know, how close are those dogs to the pocket at this point?
Well, I don't know if I fully agree with you guys because I just saw some more numbers, Pro Football Focus, whatever it is. They're starting to roll out, right? And the pressure rate on Trevor yesterday was crazy bad. And what I'm going to do is, if you take the pressure with other quarterbacks that were under pressure like he was, if you take the amount of hits that he had, 10 hits, he got hit 10 times.
Yeah.
That's, I think, 3rd most in the NFL. Maybe Dak got hit more last night because that Tampa defense was good. But before that game, he was the 3rd most. And I've already shared this, but I'll share it again on Twitter and everywhere else, that the 2 guys that had 11, one more than Trevor, was Joe Burrow. He threw 4 picks, okay?
Yep.
And the other one was Flacco. He dropped back 59 times. I mean, he dropped back 59 times. I mean, you're going to be more susceptible to it, right?
Yeah.
So, but on 44 dropbacks, Trevor Lawrence got hit 10 times. And by the way, that doesn't count the amount of times that he got away from pressure and had to move. So what does he trust? Like, I think he has a trust problem. I think he has a little bit of a slow the game down problem right now. So that's why we see this uncomfortable nature. Marry the 2 together. I said this morning. If Trevor Lawrence should be operating at a 1-time speed, normal speed, real time, to me right now he's operating in like 1.5 times speed. Everything's sped up a little bit, which makes him look uncomfortable. Where you want him to get to is everything is operating in half speed in his mind. And I don't think he's there yet. 1, because he's got a new offensive system, new players, new coach, doesn't have the luxury of continuity around here. And I think, 2, he doesn't trust anything. Last year, he couldn't trust a damn thing in Jacksonville, from receivers dropping it to his coaches, especially the coach. And this year, to start the season, he was being chased like the whole game. I'm not saying he shouldn't play above the X's and O's sometimes, but I'm telling you that would put anybody in an uncomfortable spot. And if you look at the numbers, it marries to the guys that make plays or don't make plays or have good games or don't have good games in the NFL. I mean, the same, there's a relative balance. The only thing, I thought Kasey brought up a great point today.
Thank you. I was about to bring it up again.
Yeah, and I'm going to steal it from you.
Go ahead.
But Burrow did get hit 11 times. He threw 4 picks.
Right.
But with the game on the line, in that situation, he brought him downfield. They scored. Now, they missed the extra point, but they scored. And see, that's my point. So I think we're on the same page, Kasey. Things are not slow enough right now for Trevor. He's speeding the game up. He doesn't trust enough. And also, he's not making the flash play. Where's the flash play? And by the way, I would also say on occasion he's not making the easy play because the ETN touchdown early was the easy play. Therefore, he would have never probably even needed the flash play at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's very inconsistent. Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just going to say, I'm with you on the trust factor. You're talking about new pieces to the offensive line, new receivers on the team, new coaching staff. So, I get the lack of familiarity there. You've only really had just the offseason to get acclimated to the playbook and the new players, the roster, and the plays. But, man, it looked like at times he was just waiting for the play to come to him. And I thought it would look a little bit different year 2 for him, especially game 1 with the legs he's got and the pieces he's got. Maybe stepping up that ladder a little bit more and then crossing that line of scrimmage and running downfield for 5 or 10 yards. And he took a few of those opportunities, but there were some of those where I'm like, I think you got to throw them, and then he's down. Yeah.
How many sacks do you think he saved? Because he got sacked twice. He also had 2 intentional groundings, which essentially are like sacks.
4. So at least 2.
Really, 4, right? So 4.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he also saved sacks. Like last year, I think he got sacked 31, 32 times. But we know he saved some with his legs.
Well,
right?
if he got hit
peels
10 times and 4 of those would have technically been sacks or groundings, then, you saved 6
it was
of
the
them.
kind of performance that if you had Matt Ryan back there, right?
Yeah.
He would have been sacked probably 8 times.
Sure. But
or would Matt Ryan have found some other things?
See, I think
because
Matt
of his
Ryan
smart?
uses the veteran wiliness and maybe avoid some of that.
And that's the thing. One of the sacks he saved was the last throw of the game, which I still can't wrap my head around what that was.
Yeah.
But back to the Joe Burrow point, 100 out of 100 times Joe Burrow takes the sack there and is like, you know what, we got one play to get 18 yards.
But he's also got 3 receivers normally who can get that play in one play.
Yeah, but Christian Kirk, we saw yesterday Christian Kirk could have done that.
Yeah,
so, like, I still
in
can't figure it out.
I
man.
think 4th and 11. I think you got to live for 4th and 11. I took my explanation of it'll be interesting to really know what they're saying inside the building. He said he was trying to make a play. My explanation for that was he threw a duck.
Yeah,
like the ball was supposed to get out of bounds. I think. I don't know why he threw it that far out of bounds.
That's what I'm saying.
But it would be one of those plays where you're like, all right, let's play it to the sideline. Give him I see Kirk down there or whoever was down there trying to give him a chance to make a play. And then he threw a duck.
Yeah.
Like he didn't get it there. And
Yeah.
Trevor never throws a duck. Like he always throws a pretty good ball.
He was kind of falling backwards,
Yeah.
wasn't he?
So
it just wasn't good. Like,
yeah,
I
that
don't-
wasn't good.
I don't get it. Like that's the play that doesn't happen. Like Tom Brady doesn't do that. Joe Burrow doesn't do that. Justin Herbert doesn't do that. Like it's from that is a mindset thing to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also if you're throwing a jump ball to one of these receivers, they're all tiny. You
Well,
know?
that's true. That's true.
Don't
Yeah,
need that.
and I think that's fair. I think that, again, is that where the game isn't slow enough for him to be like, all right, live with another down, or situational football a little bit that he has to grow in? I mean, we don't know that part of how he handles, because he didn't have to deal with that a lot at Clemson. I mean, they're taking knees in that time, most of the time, right? So maybe that's a learning curve. We'll see. We're going to get more. We don't have a ton of evidence on these 2-minute things. We have a few small samples now, and it hasn't been great. So we'll see. But I'm just not. I'm not panicking. I think the new, again, I'm going to keep going. The new offense, the new everything. I mean, it's going to. Why would he be comfortable? Let me ask you that. Why would Trevor be comfortable in his 18th game of the year?
Well, he had 3.5 quarters in the
of his career.
preseason to get used to these guys. He should be very comfortable. No, of course not.
Like, what evidence is there for Trevor to be like, oh, yeah, I believe in this?
There's not a lot.
Yep.
But I mean, if I'm going to keep playing this card, I might as well play it again. They couldn't protect Joe Burrow. He tore his ACL. He came back, and it worked out.
Yeah.
He apparently felt comfortable then. You
For
know what
a
I mean?
whole season. Wait until this offensive line starts to gel a little bit. The team starts to coalesce around each other. Everyone's a little more familiar. I think you see a tale of two stories there.
And by the way, it's okay to, like, Burrow did do a lot of that last year, right? He did. And so
the only thing
you're not talking Bengals week 1, though. You're talking Bengals 2021.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying, what did he trust Burrow coming off an offensive line that just resulted in a torn ACL? He's like, giddy up.
But your point, right? He trusted the coaches and trusted the system, and he knew the system and all the. So is that a big of? Like, I don't want to over dramatize these things, but I'm just saying there's a lot that goes in that position to begin with.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if he's playing at the confidence level he needs to be playing at yet from a trust standpoint. We'll be back. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690 here on a Monday as we continue to talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group, Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover Jacksonville, Porsche Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want is not in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it, and at Fields you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. My wife, by the way, leases a car from Fields Cadillac, and that means she is part of the Fields Matters amenities program, valet service, complimentary loaner cars. She's used that in the past and loved it. Complimentary car washes, gourmet cafes serving breakfast and lunch, and gourmet coffee bars as well. Senior and military discounts. It's world-class service at Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. FieldsAuto.com.
Today on Hey Culligan, better water that cares. Jane's on the line.
Hey Culligan, how can I avoid using all those plastic water bottles that harm the sea turtles?
Jane, our always-on drinking water system helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year. So, you see, Culligan cares about sea turtles, too.
Aw, plastic pollutes.
That's catchy, Jane, and totally true.
I'll take it, like now.
Jane, we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Love and Light Wellness Spa, how can I help you today?
Hi there. I'd like to make an appointment for next week.
Excellent. Does Tuesday 9 a.m. work?
Ooh, mornings are when I go to Taco Bell to get my bacon breakfast quesadilla.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't like missing out on those fluffy eggs and crispy bacon covered in melty cheeses.
Oh, I understand. Let's see what I have in the afternoon.
Namaste.
Try the bacon breakfast quesadilla, only at Taco Bell. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFOspreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida at UNFOspreys.com.
Americans for Prosperity is working to reposition Florida as the best state for K-12 education. We are hosting an event to teach families how universal education savings accounts can transform education for the benefit of students, families, and their teachers. Join us Saturday, September 17th for a Town Hall and Educational Options Expo. The event will be held at River City Science Academy from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Visit empowerededfl.com for more details and to register for the event. Paid for by Americans for Prosperity.
If you want to hit the road this summer in a fuel-efficient ride that's just right for the journey ahead, then listen up, because you need to rent a Toyota from Arlington Toyota. If you've tried to rent lately, then you know rental companies are short on inventory, but not our friends over at Arlington Toyota Rent-A-Car. Arlington has a whole lot of rental stock ready to rent at a great price. Plus, renting a Toyota is the best way to try it before you buy it. 2022 models to rent. Just go to arlington.com, reserve your rental, and discover just how good Toyota Rent-A-Car can be.
Love sports? Come be part of the sports industry by joining an amazing team and contributing to one of the fastest growing companies in sports, One Fanatics. Now's the time to join our team and help us win together. Come to our hiring event Saturday, September 17th at UNF Herbert Center, anytime from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to get on the roster. Learn about the positions you can play, food, chances to win prizes, and the great benefits, including a 40% employee discount. Get off the bench and get in the game at One Fanatics.
Do you want to play the stadium course while supporting a great cause? There's still a few places for the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Jacksonville Golf Classic, October 10th at TPC Sawgrass. Support RMHC of Jacksonville's mission to provide lodging, meals, transportation, and a community of care to critically ill children and their families who need to be near a hospital for treatment. Golf package includes breakfast, lunch, premium tea gifts, and much more. Register today at rmhcjacksonville.com. It's the RMHC of Jacksonville Golf Classic at the Players Stadium course, October 10th. rmchcjacksonville.com.
Celsius Essential Energy is Jacksonville's official energy drink of summer, and Jacksonville summers are fueled by Celsius. If you see ESPN690 out and about this summer, come grab an ice-cold Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Be confident you're in control of your banking with free digital tools, fewer fees, and a team that's ready to help. Add an account at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent, Martineau, Kasey, Kuhrts, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
It's on me. It's on all of us, and got to go execute and finish. And that's the thing. We gave them 11 points by missing the first drive, missing the throw to Travis, had to kick a field goal, and then missed that one to Zay, and then fourth down, dropped the slip, out of the backfield, just stuff like that. We spotted them 11 points in the first half and still found a way to fight back and have a chance to win. So, when we can clean up all that, we're going to be fine. I'm not worried. I'm frustrated, obviously, because I know we're good enough to win that game, and we should win that game. It's frustrating, but we're going to get better.
If you stay over here by the University of North Florida and you just felt the ground shake below you, that was our boy Aaron Schachter trying to dunk on the non-existent basketball rim in here.
Door basketball.
Oh, is that what you did? You jumped up to try to dunk?
Look, every guy's done this in their life. You pass through a doorway, you give a jump like your Shaq Daddy Diesel in 1999, and you try and bring the backboard down, and apparently I scared you guys.
Some of us don't have to jump, but the whole studio shakes. I look up at Brent. Brent's staring at me. I'm like, I think we're going down. I don't know what's happening here. It's just Schachter trying to hoop a little bit.
Just me.
How wild was the opening weekend? Just a couple minutes here before we bring in Rashean Mathis, top of the hour. How wild was it? Was it as wildly as expected, or did it disappoint a little bit?
I think week one is always pretty wild when you look at the full body of work, especially relative to the end of the season versus the beginning of the season. But I don't know. I was pretty surprised about some of these outcomes yesterday. How about Chicago putting on a clinic against the Niners? Insanity.
I mean, really, the story there was Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
Justin Fields won a game, though.
But both teams had to play in that weather.
By the way, you look at their numbers, I thought they did a better job in those elements from a statistical standpoint than I would have ever imagined.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at that, because I have David Montgomery in fantasy, rip me.
Yuck.
They won the game, and he didn't do anything.
I know. Wow.
It was
think they would have fed him the whole time.
Neither did Cole Kmet, by the way.
Cole Kmet had 0 catches for 0 yards. Shout out to all the cards I bought of Cole Kmet. So far,
you were talking about that
we're
last
not
week.
looking good now for that. But without Montgomery and without Kmet and without Mooney had 1 catch, and they won the game.
Won the game.
Trey Lance might suck. I don't know.
Clay Harper's been trying to tell you that Chicago's better. That is going to be a hard game, though, to say who's who.
Yeah.
Because the elements were so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, really bad. We got fortunate in the Washington area that it wasn't like that because it was bad.
Wet,
it was bad in the morning, and then it cleared out, so that was good. Dare I say that the opening weekend, let's do opening weekend of college football in terms of the drama.
Yeah.
Versus opening weekend of the NFL. I thought the opening weekend was a little more disappointing than I expected.
In what way do you mean disappointing?
What are we talking about? We're talking about injuries.
No, I thought it was great.
Yeah, I thought it was great. Some wild finishes.
Yeah, I thought.
Are there? I mean,
yeah, there was.
The Cincinnati finish.
Again, you guys see it from a different lens. On Sundays, I'm not on my couch or not to say you guys are, but like a lot of people viewing the game. I'm not consuming it like that. So but I wasn't like, wow, everybody's talking about this and then that and then this and then that.
Here's the deal. It wasn't the kind of week one like college had where you're going down to the wire in some of these games. Like that App State game week one was pretty nuts. Not as if the App State game week two wasn't pretty nuts, but in the NFL, I think it was just more surprises.
Yeah. So you got the Giants game. That went down. Obviously, the Carolina game was crazy because of 58-yard kick. The Saints game was really good.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how we quantify Houston and Indianapolis. Was that good or just kind of gross?
No, another shocker.
I mean, Houston was up. I think you had a bunch of games where you had Matt Ryan brought him back. Joe Burrow brought him back after throwing it to the other team a bunch. Jameis Winston brought him back for real. Michael Thomas came back with both of the touchdowns that brought him back. The only problem was it was all happened simultaneously to the Jags. So, like, I'm monitoring all these things from my phone on the fantasy app. I'm like, whoa, they're coming back. What? Huh? Huh? And then the Jags are blowing it. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, but you do understand what I'm saying, too, a little bit, is that, okay, that was week one, but I feel like the biggest storyline coming out of week one's injuries.
For the most part, but, Patrick Mahomes throwing 5 touchdowns is no slouch.
Yeah, they're still good.
Ho-hum.
Really?
That's true, but you're also right.
Only because he's done it so many times?
Yes.
That's an unbelievable thing to do. I think I saw the stat in the list since
Did you see it?
2018. It's
It was
like
crazy.
8 times he's thrown 5 touchdowns. You guys are insane.
It's
I'm just
normal.
saying, it's normal.
It's normal
Doesn't
until you
make it less
realize that
amazing.
Tyreek Hill's not there.
So you're telling me
Patrick
Tom Brady
Mahomes is boring.
So Tom Brady wins a Super Bowl ring this year. You're like, ho hum.
Yeah.
Come on,
Patrick
guys.
Mahomes is boring.
Come on.
He's bored us.
My boy Kyler got
But
walloped.
I'll tell you what. Those Chiefs fans really wanted to see the end of that blowout.
Yeah, they did.
On TV.
Yeah,
they were really mad about it.
Yeah, they were.
We'll be right back with Rashean Mathis here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Hey, ready to elevate your lifestyle? You can do that at iCryo in St. Johns County. We all do it. My wife does. The kids do it. I do it. It's a great time to do it because they're so busy. Recovery is an important part of staying healthy. The cryotherapy chamber, red light therapy, the sauna, compression, just some of the ways you can do that at iCryo at the Pavilion at Durbin Park. IV infusions, body sculpting, a part of it as well. Hey, get the student athlete pass for all the kids playing high school ball down in St. Johns County or any sport. Well, if you want to recover, that's the place to do it at iCryo. And if you have an event, invite iCryo to come out and be a part of it. They have mobile IV services as well as compression therapy for recovery and hydration. Download the iCryo app or visit iCryo today in St. Johns County and elevate your lifestyle.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
We're ready to deal. Best Bet St. Augustine is now open. Experience the best in poker, simulcast wagering, and fun card games for all levels at Best Bet St. Augustine. Best Bet's newest card room features 49 gaming tables, a state-of-the-art sports bar, delicious wings, a full-service bar, and freshly made sushi. Open from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday and 24 hours on the weekends. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive, right off exit 311. For promotions, go to bestbetjax.com.
Dave Benyon here with Zerorez. Fall is my favorite time of the year. It's cooling down outside and it's perfect weather for cleaning carpets and tile. At Zerorez, we are falling back in time. For September only, you can get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for only $129, and we will clean the 4th room for free. That's right, the 4th room is on me. At Zerorez, our mission is simple: to become the most trusted provider in our industry. Give Zerorez a chance to earn your trust. Zerorez, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Well, that ding-dong doorbell company is at it again, admitting to giving out customers video footage over 11 times without the customer's knowledge or consent. This is outrageous. It's inexcusable. It's a breach of your privacy, freedom, and security. When a security company teams up with big tech companies, it means a privacy invasion of your home. It means your information is being sold and distributed without your knowledge. SafeTouch is on your side. SafeTouch equipment is installed by pros. SafeTouch doesn't collaborate with any big tech company. SafeTouch keeps your family secure secure without invading your privacy. SafeTouch allows you complete control of all your video footage and security, and you can be sure with SafeTouch that your doorbell and camera footage is safe and controlled by you and only you. Choose SafeTouch to fight crime and keep your privacy at the same time. Call SafeTouch today and check out what real security is all about and get free installation when you do. SafeTouch Security, doing what others can't for over 35 years. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com. State license EF233.
Koala Insulation. Hey, I'm Carrie.
And I'm Bruce. We're the owners of Koala Insulation. That summer heat's right around the corner, and so are those high energy bills. Don't just sweat it out. Do something about it. Call Koala Insulation today for your free evaluation. We don't quote over the phone or just poke our heads up in your attic. We do a full evaluation to include attic ventilation needs as well as insulation.
Give us a call at 904-679-6282 or online at koalainsulation.com.
Hey, do you like beer? What about great food and lederhosen? Then you're going to love the 3rd annual Oktoberfest at Kingmaker Brewing in Riverside. Sponsored by 1-to-1 Financial Credit Union. Kingmaker has the only Oktoberfest in Jacksonville that spans 2 whole weekends.
Right.
September 22nd to October 2nd. That's 10 days of good food, great beer, and amazing local businesses. Learn more or grab VIP tickets at kingmakerbrewing.com. Oktoberfest, September 22nd to October 2nd. Kingmaker in Riverside. Brought to you by Jacksonville's hometown credit union, 1-to-1 Financial. Duncan.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN690 Anna Jar and Levine studios. Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! What are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Hit him! Hit him! Yeah. This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Jaguars lose 28-22 to the Washington Commanders, and they looked like they were in control to get the W in the second half. Positive sign the way they came out of the gates. You know, all those coaching adjustments that happened in the second half that everybody's been, well, clamoring and waiting for the last, decade around here. That, heck, everybody realizes now that you just go to the bathroom at halftime and then come out and play the second half. The adjustments are made, as we said this morning on Monday Morning Madness, are made, on the sideline, I believe.
Yeah.
But there's not enough time. It would be like saying, hey, let's change the whole show around in the commercial break for us.
It's actually surprised. It's not a bad idea.
Surprised.
We should meet. I think movies have ruined that for everyone, right? They think it's like this big majestical speech at halftime that changes everything.
Absolutely. Let's welcome in a guy who we could ask about halftime adjustments, but also the last couple of touchdowns we're going to talk about. And we've got Rashean Mathis, former Jaguars cornerback, joined us for the next hour here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Rashean, you watched that game. Oh, are they the same old Jags, or did you see enough that you can kind of latch on to for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I saw enough. It was very positive things. I think it was some self-inflicted wounds that could be corrected. So I like what I saw. I like what I saw very much so.
All right, set the record straight. How many halftime adjustments really do take place in the NFL?
Well, they do. It's probably not as many as some would think, but there's always some. So if you're not able to adjust in the half, then you're probably going to get yourself handed to. But it's more so attitude adjustments as well, and the coaches kind of just telling you some things that you might need to do a little better. For the most part, there's really not huge adjustments being made. It's just, okay, guys, let's pick it up a little. If you're a corner, let's stay on the edge. If you're a tackle, let's stay in your gaps, things of that nature.
I guess my point is, aren't those happening on the sideline when you guys come back and watch film and whatever's on the iPad?
You are correct. You are correct. Those same things are being said. So I guess you can never iterate it you can never say it enough.
Rashean Mathis with us here on ESPN 690. Joins us each and every Monday. Coming off the Jags loss, we're going to jump right into your expertise. And gosh, I'm so glad you're joining us, man, because right off the rip, I have so many questions. What happened on the McLaurin touchdown? Did Shaq Griffin get burned there? Was he supposed to have help? What did you see that allowed the Carson Wentz-led Commanders to score that quick touchdown?
Well, I watched the play over and over. And I'm not the one to point fingers, but it did look like he was expecting safety help. Looking at everybody else, how the rest of the team was playing, the rest of the defenders was playing. On the other side, he was in kind of a trail of eyes to the backfield, cover two as well. Like I'm running underneath and I'm not supposed to be on top of this guy. So I don't know if I think it was it Cisco?
Yeah, it was Cisco up over the top. Probably.
Yeah, I think it was Cisco over the top of him. And it was a play it was a receiver running down the seam as well. So, that's a lot of time. It was a long throw, but in a cover two, you're expecting to help if it was cover two. So everything that I saw, it looked like it was cover two.
And by the way, Rashean, this is a good time to bring up and not to give an excuse here. People are going to make mistakes. They're not going to always make the plays, but right now the fan base is like, see, Urban, why didn't you play him more last year? Like, is that a young player thing? Is that an inexperienced thing? Perhaps from Andre Cisco, who, by the way, will join us at Jags Report Live tonight at Sneakers in Jax Beach, and we can ask him a little bit about this. But I mean, is that maybe his eyes or something that with another, I don't know, 12 games of experience, maybe he doesn't make that same mistake if it was his mistake?
Well, if it was his mistake, he has to see that outside release by that number one guy, and understand that you can tackle that seam route, but that outside release by that number one guy is going to be a touchdown if your corner was not supposed to be on top of him. But again, I didn't see a lot of hands. I didn't see a lot of we called. I don't know the technique that they're using as a corner. I didn't see a lot of route disruption by Campbell as well. So I meant by
Shaq,
by Shaq. I didn't see a lot of route disruption as well that could have took a little heat off of the receiver as well. So there's a lot that comes into play. It's not always black and white. So there's a lot that comes into play with that.
And we certainly like to make it that way.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Rashean, now that we got your analysis, looking at Carson Wentz's day, man, 27 of 41, 313, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. Give me a grade on the Jaguars secondary yesterday. Obviously, Jahan Dotson had a couple of catches, 2 more painful than others, but there were some bright spots and there were some not so bright spots. What do you give the whole secondary as a grade?
Yeah, definitely some bright spots. I would say from a tackling standpoint, we need to do better. There was too many missed tackles or run after the catch, too many rack yards as a whole. So I give them a C+, and I think they're giving themselves a C+ as well. And this is me being a corner. This is not me judging. This is me, if I was on the field and we performed that way, we need to do better because there's too many balls over our heads. There's too many long plays made on us. So too many long plays.
Rashean Mathis with us, former Jaguars corner, and this is the one I really wanted to get your thoughts on, is the game winner. Tyson Campbell, I think, is really good, man. I think he's a good player. I watched him from a different view because of where we were in the press box, and I could see him riding some of those long passes. He would ride that receiver in, I would probably think perfect technique, you would call it. I don't know what perfect technique is, but out of bounds, he did a great job. He jumped the route for the interception. I think he's a budding superstar, really, Rashean. And I don't really feel like he had bad coverage on the last play, but I also think he wanted to avoid interference. And, I guess from a corner situation, he didn't get his head turned around quick enough because he was a little bit in chase mode. That's my analysis. But you're the pro. What did you see?
My one of my little understudies, he's a grown man now. He's doing his own thing. One of the highest paid corners in the league, Darius Slay. He had the same play with the Phillies and the Lions yesterday. and he's I don't know how many time Pro Bowler, 3 or 4 time Pro Bowler, 3-time Pro Bowler, and he didn't look back either. He was in perfect position just like Campbell was, and he just didn't look back. And at some point, you have to become a ball hawk and understand your position. And it was perfect coverage if he wouldn't have caught the ball, but being that he caught the ball, you need to get your head around and understand that there's nowhere for that receiver to go and get your head and hand around and try to break up that pass, because these receivers get paid just like they do. I was going to say we, but I don't get paid by the NFL anymore. Just like they do, so they're going to make some spectacular plays, and that was a spectacular play that he made.
It's just an unforgiving play. So again, I don't think it was a really good catch. So you tip your cap sometimes. How much do you think that play may have surprised Campbell? Because the play call surprised me. Like, there was 3rd down. Carson Wentz, you really put the ball in his hands late when you have a field goal. You're in field goal range. I mean, is there a little bit of an element of that maybe it was taken by surprise? They just ran that route and play call?
Not at all. Not at all. When you're on that island, anything is possible. Like, you have to expect it. Like, when you're on that island, you have to expect it. From before the receiver even released off the ball, the ball is coming to me regardless. Like, I don't think I keep referencing Darius Slay. I don't think they threw the ball at him probably 3 times the entire game. But that, it wasn't a game winning, but that play there, they threw the ball at him, and he was in perfect coverage if the receiver didn't catch the ball. So you have to expect that. You can't fall asleep. And being a young corner, he's not falling asleep. He was expecting it. He was in good coverage. It was just learning a little more reps, a little more one-on-ones in the red zone, and understanding that you need to trust your instincts and get that head around.
Well, I feel like that's where the Jags are right now. They're like, this kid's a good player. I mean, I keep saying it. Do you see it too? Do you think Tyson Campbell's going to be like a really good player in the league?
Yes, I do. Me and my son was watching his interception, and he was my son is 10 years old, and he was trying to analyze the interception. He hasn't turned over as a true Jag fan yet. So just because of the lack of success that we've had, and I let him know how great of a pick that was, like how hard that was to do in the NFL, and they had him understand that there's only probably an average of 3 picks a game. And for that young corner to do that, it was an amazing play. So I like what I'm seeing. There's still a learning curve. There's going to be ups and downs. So you have to learn by your mistakes. All the great players do. Just learn from your mistakes and just trust your ability.
Well, speak to us like we're a 10-year-old then, because what did you see? Why was it such a good pick? How did you explain it to him?
It was the receiver was inside the numbers. He stemmed him outside. Campbell trusted his back pedal. He trusted his pace. When the receiver broke, Campbell broke, and he didn't get his eyes around until it was that time to get his eyes around it. He made him pay for throwing the ball just a little late. If it was on time, he still would have broke it up. He still would have broke the play up. But being that that went through it a little late, he made him pay for it, and that's what you have to do as a receiver. Be there when the ball is on time, and if they throw it late, you make them pay.
And we're talking a lot about defense with you, Rashean, for obvious reasons, but as the best cornerback of all time in this franchise, what are you thinking about this new offense? What do you think about the wide receivers and some of the plays that were run yesterday from Dougie P?
I like it. I like everything. I think we talked before about starting fast, right? And how you get those little butterflies and how you get the season going. And the way we came out and the way we drove down the field, I think we were rather for that to end in a touchdown and not a field goal. But the way we marched down the field is everything that you want in your first possession of the year. Yeah. So I like all the play calling. I know Trevor wants some of those passes back, but I trust him 9.5 out of 10 times. He's okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. Rashean Mathis joined us on Brent and Friends each and every Monday, 4 p.m. until 5 p.m. as we talk Jags. We'll talk some other things around the NFL as well a bit with Rashean, but really a good game to have Rashean Mathis on talking about those corners and a little bit now about Trevor Lawrence as well. What is your take, Rashean, on Trevor? You just kind of gave him a little bit of an endorsement, I could tell there, but what do you see as a guy who just played his 18th game in the NFL and on his second coaching regime? We don't think he looks as comfortable as he hopefully someday will. What do you see?
Yeah, it was the first game of the season, and for you to get the end of the year grade for your first game is unfair. I think he'll give himself probably a C plus, just because he's a professional athlete and he's a perfectionist. So I think he'd probably give himself a C plus as well, because I think he missed some passes that he knew he should have made. But from my look at a young quarterback, I give him a B minus. I give him a B minus because he threw the ball in some tight spots. Marvin Jones caught some amazing passes in some tight spots that he on the run or in between two defenders. Like he was drilling the ball in there. He hit that long ball to Kuhrts. So I like what I'm seeing. Yeah, it was some passes here or there that he could have missed, especially on the first drive to ETN. He missed him in the red zone, but that probably was going to be a touchdown. But overall, I like what I'm seeing. I'm still endorsing it.
You got in my head, by the way, Rashean Mathis, yesterday while I'm watching the game. I'm like, all right, I'm watching for the first play to settle the offense down, the first play to settle the defense down, to settle the special teams. Like, I was watching for that you told us last week. And you're right. Like, they did come out of the gates, and I was like, okay, they got 3 points right out of the gates, which was good. And that was a nice drive, and that was a good way to set the tone. I think 7 would have really set the tone,
Sure.
Of course.
I'd love to have seen it.
But what was interesting, Rashean, is it almost felt like the defense had to find their own play to settle in. Like, they were awful in the first couple of drives. They couldn't tackle. There wasn't a play being made. I mean, Washington going right up and down the field. And it wasn't until I think Josh Allen basically made that forced fumble toward the end of the half where they finally got, like, the momentum shifted. And they're like, okay, we got some good play. We're a good defense. They're not doing anything else for the next couple of drives.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It took them a while to find their footing. Offense found theirs. But this is the thing with sports. If your offense and your defense is clicking, it's a long day for that other team, right? So that means you're just dominating the game. So at some point, one phase is going to have to hold until that other phase find that footing. And I think that's what we were trying to do in that first half.
And then how much is Jaguars PTSD for all the fans? You're watching that first drive, and it looks like Carson Wentz is like the ghost of Tom Brady, just connecting on every pass. This team is just walking downfield, and you're like, oh, my God, is this going to be the whole season again? But, thankfully, they all settled in a little bit.
They did.
Yeah, it's those first 15 plays, those unscripted plays, the first unscripted plays. I think Washington did a great job of coming out with those unscripted plays and getting us off out of our comfort zone. They did a great job with the unscripted plays, but then once we settled in, I think it started looking a little better.
Rashean Mathis joining us here in the 4 o'clock hour on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. And Rashean, I'm interested. We had Maurice Jones-Drew on the third quarter. I mean, in the 3 o'clock hour. That's our first quarter, really, the 3 o'clock hour. And I was asking him about, like, when the Jags were coming back, like, how was he viewing the game? Because MOJO wears the pom-pom sometimes out there on the NFL Network and everything for the Jags. So I'm kind of interested in how you consume the game as a guy who played for so long and then kind of put it aside for a bit. Like, you knew we were going to ask you a lot of these questions, so you're watching it from a little analytical, I would assume. But what do you see maybe that, like, we really don't see as from either the media or fans, the way you consume the game?
Yeah, I'm more analytical and less critical, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to find out what happened instead of trying to point the finger. I'm trying to find out what happened. So I'm analyzing and trying to see what went wrong and what they can do to be better. Because I sweated and bled with those colors on. So I understand what it takes to be out there, and I understand that these guys are giving their all. This is their livelihood. No one wants to succeed more than they do. They put in the work. They've been putting in the work all their lives. So I'm a fan before I'm a critic, and I have to. So when I'm looking at a game, I'm just trying to see, okay, what can you do better? And hopefully they get on the sideline and find that out.
Do you look at that game and you watch that Washington front and you're like, dang, they're good? Like, does that jump out to you, or are you like, oof? Because all we do is say, like, gosh, the Jags offensive line is not good. You know what I mean? I mean, Trevor got hit 10 times. Like, that's to your point, that's the way we view it. We're like, oh, this offensive line is not good, and we've got a problem here in Jacksonville. So, I mean, or does it jump out to you like, oof, Jags are leaky on the offensive line, or that Washington front is really strong?
Yeah, but a little both. Meaning, like, you know, it's a spade is you call a spade. Like you could see that the front was getting after him, the D line was getting after him, but there are games like that, right? So I'm not gonna, like I said, that the end of the year grade in week 1. I'm not going to do that because I know how things can turn around. I've had a bad week, but that didn't define my season. And it's easier for people to do that when the success hasn't been there, and I understand that. But you know, they're professionals. So, and I like what I saw overall. I really did, and I wouldn't say it if I didn't. And I know what winning football takes, and I feel that they have the pieces. I feel that Robinson and Etienne is a great two-headed monster. I think that they're going to grind and protect Trevor a little more, where he's going to feel a little more comfortable in the pocket, and he's going to be able to make a couple of those throws that he feels that he should have had and he know he could have had. So, you know, that's kind of how I view it.
You know, the team had a couple of noticeable upgrades in the offseason to the defensive front and to that second level with the linebacker room. But what we saw yesterday was a little bit of a soft underneath passing defense from the Jaguars. You saw a lot of plays to the side. Antonio Gibson with 7 receptions, although a couple of those downfield. Curtis Samuel out of the backfield yesterday with a bunch of receptions. Logan Thomas over the middle. Is there a problem on this team with covering those short passes, or do you think this is just more getting the kinks worked out with the new guys on the roster?
Yeah, I think there's some. Watching the game, I think there were some MEs, mental errors, not being in the spot that you're supposed to be in, because there were some wide open guys, and also it was some missed tackles as well that gave them some rack yards, some run after the catch. So I think it needs to tighten up. I think that underneath coverage does need to tighten up. But I don't think it's far-fetched that they can't do it. So, you know, like I said, I think it was some well-designed plays. On those well-designed plays, you have to have disciplined eyes. And I don't think, you know, with that first game, I don't think there was a lot of eye discipline in that intermediate area.
Yeah, especially in that think about who they have, right? In that Devin Lloyd.
Yeah.
Played like
Zero snaps.
a quarter of football in the preseason.
Right.
He's a rookie.
Right. Yep.
And then you've got Darius Williams, who's joining this team really for the first time. He hasn't played, with these guys yet, even though he's been around the league. So, I mean, some of those guys that are in there, and not all, but even Trayvon Walker, young guy, I can't imagine he would have graded out perfect, even though he ends up making these 2 splash plays. So some of that, to me, makes some sense. Really, what I was disappointed in the defense was the first 2 drives. I was like, oh, boy, this is not what I expected. But after that, I think, like, even the touchdowns, those are guys making plays in the NFL. Like, that's going to happen. And then between it was great. Like, between the first 2 drives and the last 2 touchdowns, the Jags defense was really,
especially coming out of the half in the third quarter.
Pretty good.
Washington couldn't move the ball, especially when it was in Carson Wentz's hands. I worry a little bit. Without a dog in the fight, I'm looking at this thing going, yeah, Jahan Dotson made a couple of nice grabs.
Yeah,
Curtis Samuel made a couple of catches. Scary Terry was kind of quiet the whole game, but he made a really important grab at the end there. And like you said, these guys are out there making plays. But a lot of that offense, when it was moving with momentum, was moving out to the sides and for that small yardage.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can fix something. And tackling would make, you turn a 4-yard gain into an 8-yard gain or a 12-yard gain. That's different. Rashean, real quick before we go to break, because we're on this, McLaurin and Dotson held to like 5 catches for 98 yards, I think it was. You would sign up for that all day. The problem was 3 of them were touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't have that explosive play. So we always grade on the explosive plays, especially as DBs. Like, do not give up an explosive play. And that explosive play hurt. That to me, when you look in the DB room, that's what did it. I think we scored a touchdown, and then we came back and gave up that explosive ball over the top. Like, that can't happen. So that's the main focus in that DB room. Not that last touchdown on Campbell. it was that explosive play after a touchdown, I believe, after a touchdown that we had, and they came back and hit I don't know how long.
49-yarder, yeah.
49 yards. Like, that can't happen. That's a momentum killer. It's a team killer. So that's the play of the game for me.
Yeah, very good. More with Rashean Mathis coming up. I want to ask you about that Trayvon Walker play. And same thing I asked Maurice Jones-Drew, like, what's that like today in the film room when they dissect that play on defense? We'll ask Rashean Mathis about that. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. More to come here on a Monday when we come back.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly cloudy, hot and humid today with scattered afternoon showers and storms, so keep that umbrella close by. A few showers will last until the early nighttime hours, and then we dry out. Partly cloudy with temperatures at night around 70. A few storms linger on Tuesday, but overall there will be less and less rain. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sema.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys. No markups, no retail games, and never a commission.
Tobacco-free Florida knows how hard it is to quit nicotine, which is why we offer different quit options to choose from for free, like 24/7 quit coaches available over the phone and free 2-week starter kits of quit aids. We're even experimenting with 80s pop music.
I'm giving you up, giving you up, giving you up. I'm letting you never come back to smoke. I'll never come back to smoke. I'll never come back. I'm giving you up.
Or maybe we'll just stick to the ways we know work. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com or call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW for free nicotine patches.
Who's monitoring your security system? Do you even know? What if I told you were being monitored in someone's house? Can you imagine someone working from home with all your information? Your family's security is dependent on how fast a worker responds to your alarm from their house. Unbelievable, right? Think again, because the largest company in America is doing just that. And pay attention to their ads. They now have teamed up with big tech. There goes your information and privacy. Plus, you're possibly being monitored from someone's home. Now you know why I have a Safe Touch home security system. The Safe Touch Monitoring Center is right here and fully staffed at their disaster-resistant monitoring station. Have you driven by the other guy's monitoring center? Don't bother. It's empty. Call now and find out what makes the Safe Touch 5-star security and surveillance system so outstanding, and right now get free installation. Don't just assume your family is safe. Know they are safe with Safe Touch Security. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com. State license EF233.
Hi, I'm Mike Holmes, professional contractor and TV host. I love helping people, but when it came to improving the water in my own home, I needed help and turned to the water experts at Connecticut to make it right. My water was causing visible problems throughout my home, and it got me thinking about the problems I couldn't see. Protecting my water-using appliances and pipes, preventing stains and hardness buildup, and having clean, great-tasting drinking water are all important to me. But choosing the right water treatment equipment can be tricky. That's where Connecticut comes in. A Connecticut water expert will test your water for free and recommend the system that fits your needs and budget. Improve the quality of your water and your life with the Connecticut water treatment system. I'm so glad I did.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com for your free assessment. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars and your local independent Connecticut dealer.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that really wants to help. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 and a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are. Chickle.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
At CDW, we get the importance of clear communication.
I was on a conference call, and I think my boss asked me to send her roasted beets in a can.
Talk to the experts at CDW. Using Poly headsets and cameras, they'll orchestrate a collaboration solution that lets you hear and see clearly on any device, any meeting platform.
Huh. Looks like she asked me to send her the report sheets when I can. You like beets?
No. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Learn more at cdw.com/poly.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN690.
That's just what we're talking about. You know, it's finish. It's just the finish of the game, finish a play, finish a series, finish a drive. And they're all teachable moments, and that's what we're going to do as a staff, and we're going to teach these guys, and we're going to show them exactly how to do that, and this group's going to be better because of it.
That is Doug Peterson, breathed some confidence in there. Doug Peterson, by the way, I think there were questionable calls yesterday, chasing the two. People would say, I'm telling you, the card says if you're down 14-3, you go for 2 because you might only get one more touchdown, and you can go for 2 again, even if you missed it, and it balances out to like 2 extra points. Like, he's not the only coach doing that. I thought he should have kicked before the 4th down call to ETN, but it was a touchdown that he called. Just make the catch. So there were a couple of those. I thought Doug Peterson looked like he had things open all day if things were executed well offensively. And I think we could still say, well, he didn't run it enough. It's funny. Rashean Mathis, we welcome back into the program on Brent and Friends, along with Aaron Schachter and Kasey Kuhrts. It's funny, man. Like, you can do so many things right in the NFL. and like, us out here and from outside the building, you just like, well, it didn't work. So you stink. I mean,
yeah, it's funny because you're one play away from praising, and then you're one play away from criticizing, and that's the life of professional sports. So that's how it is.
And by the way, talk about a fan base who would really embrace the win yesterday, who really desperately wanted that game badly. This fan base is in dire needs for that.
Yes, I totally agree. Like, to win the opener, it would have been huge for the fan base. But listen, fan base, it's not over. I see us 1-1 regardless. I see us 1-1. I like how they played. The coaches should be critical, but they also should be praising because they stood up, but they stood up and played well, and they battled back from 14-3. I think the second half it was touchdown, field goal. On 4 consecutive drives, I believe. So it was some positive things in there.
And Rashean Mathis with us here each and every Monday, 4 to 5 o'clock here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. And do you see that from Doug Peterson? Is that a credit to the coach that they came out in the second half and played well? and also, do you see some of the schematic things that he was trying to do that were there offensively, like, hey, that's a good play call, or that's going to work, if they had just, thrown the correct pass or caught the ball?
Yeah, you said it when we opened back up. It was just execution. It was lack of execution in the first half, and in the second half, we saw execution happen. And that's the tale of the tape, right? Like, that's what professional sports is all about. Like, those who execute will win the game, or give themselves a chance to win the game. And we didn't give ourselves a chance in the first half, but good thing that there's two halves to a football game, and we put ourselves right in the mix and was up in the second half just by executing alone.
Rashean, I know we haven't kept in touch too much over the years since you stopped playing here in Jacksonville, just now and again. But I am the owner of the Sunshine and Rainbows Club here in Jacksonville.
Last week, by the way, you said you were the vice president, so you've gotten a promotion.
Well, because I'm the owner, the president, and the vice president.
Oh, you hold a couple of seats, and the chairman of the board.
And just like today, we don't have a lot of members. But
You're
hopefully
really
by
looking
next
for some
Monday,
right now.
hopefully next Monday,
There's a discount on membership cards going.
yes,
today.
hopefully next Monday that changes. But I do think this. You take a look at the last two drafts: Travis Etienne, then Trayvon Walker, Devin Lloyd, and Tyson Campbell is a second-round guy from the previous year. So those five guys that are picked in the top 33 in the last two drafts. And Trevor, I'm still a believer in, and I think we still see some good things hidden in the couple of bad things that really stood out yesterday. I think Travis Etienne now, you saw some signs, but you also saw the drop pass. I think on defense, we see Trayvon make a great play in a sack. We see Devin Lloyd probably looked a little lost in the first half, but he led the team in tackles, and he also had a big stop on the two-point conversion. And then Tyson Campbell, we talked about. Big play, but then also gives up the game winner. I think those guys that they heavily invested in made some big plays yesterday. And to me, that is a positive sign. They have to make more, Rashean. But those are the guys they drafted to make plays.
And along with Kuhrts and a couple of other guys that we didn't name that are seasoned vets and leaders of this team, along with those guys that you just named in the last two drafts, the top 33 that they picked in the top 33, accompanied with the seasoned vet, that's what's going to change this team, and that's what's going to change the franchise. I think they hit on these top picks, these top 33 picks. I think they hit on them, and I think as they continue to grow, of course you need wins up under your belt because that's what keeps guys here. As they continue to grow and continue to mature, along with the help of these mature vets, I think we're going to see good football this year.
All right, the Trayvon Walker play. If you're in the film room, well, first of all, from your couch, what did you do? What did you say? And then in the film room on a Monday, are they raving about that play, or they're like, that's what he does? What's your reaction to the Trayvon Walker interception?
Okay, so this is what happens on defense. You always have at least one person on the D line that's a screen sniffer. That's what we call him. Tyson Alawalu, he was one late in my career. I believe it was Stroud early in my career. You always have one D lineman that's a screen sniffer. What Trayvon seen, he's seeing the quarterback split action. He was running. The quarterback was running away from everything. So he sniffed that screen out. So he knew that he needed to abort his rush, and just read the quarterback eyes. You can't teach some of that stuff. Some of it is just talent. So it shocked me, but at the same time, there's a reason why they picked him in the first round, and that proved it right there.
So if you're looking at that, so he's got a little bit of that's his job and responsibility, but I feel like I saw instinct too. And then you see the hands. That's a big dude now, Rashean. They're not supposed to have hands like that.
Yeah, you said, yeah, it's his job. It's his job probably to make the tackle.
Okay, yeah.
It's a special play when you make the interception. And he showed that he was able to make a special play. So that's the big difference. That's the big difference. And yes, you're right. He pulled it in. He had hands. He had instinct. And those things you can't teach.
You talked about
those things you can't teach.
Brent, you mentioned Trayvon's softer hands earlier. Like, how do you even practice catching a ball? You got to stand like 2 feet from the jugs machine and have this thing fired at you at like 60 miles an hour. He's just picking them off.
Well, I did tweet this out, and this came from our story. We did a story on Trayvon in his hometown of Thomaston, and his high school coach, who I caught up with, he brought it up. He's like, the best play I've ever seen. He said he made this play in high school, and I said to the coach next to me, he's going to play on Sundays. And it was a linebacker position, and he reaches out with one hand, and he grabs the ball. And he shared the video with me the last couple of days. We put it in our story, and then I tweeted it out yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's like, Rashean, it's amazing. I mean, it's like, holy cow. No one, it wasn't that play, but you could see the hands. And then what's crazy about it, you can tell he used to run, too, for them. Like, he would be a running back. And actually, when he had the ball, like, he looked like he knew what he was doing, Rashean. He actually, Rashean, he looked like you, man. He looked like you. He knew what to do with the ball. Yeah.
I saw the stiff arm. He stiff armed someone. So he has ball skills and running skills. So those are 2+.
I know, because, listen, you've been around enough guys, especially the big guys, that don't know what the heck to do with the ball once they get it.
Yeah.
Listen, we as DBs, linebackers are they're big guys. They're DBs and big bodies. So they all want to be DBs. They're all gonna joke on you if they have more interceptions than you. So I lived a life with Mike Peterson and Darryl Smith. And Mike Peterson thought he had the best hands ever in the world. So when you have big guys that are able to catch the ball, it's a plus.
Well, we were talking to Clay Harbor a couple of weeks ago about how during his journey they almost tried to change him from a tight end to a linebacker. Maybe Trayvon needs a little bit of time at tight end.
There we go.
Hey, Rashean, can you tell? Because now it's just the opposite, right? Trevor's getting, criticized a bunch today because he didn't make a couple of plays, like the 2-minute warning and then the first touchdown to ETN really stick out. But then you get a guy like Trayvon, and quite honestly, I don't know how Pro Football Focus even graded him, and not to say they're the end-all be-all, but you get my point. But he makes these 2 splash plays. Can you tell as a former player, wow, this guy really is good? Off one game, would you do that? Can you know that? Do you think that? And you don't have to say yes here. I want to see a half a season before you make him out to be Aaron Donald. How can you tell right away?
Well, just like I said, you can't give someone an end-of-the-year grade for one bad game. You can't give an end-of-the-year grade for one good game. But he did play 65 plays. Well, I'm saying 65 because it's about an average on defense. So there's enough film there to see do he have the tools. So there's enough film right there seeing do he have the tools? Does he have what it takes? Do he have what it takes to play at this level? And I think he's shown it. He showed that he's a playmaker. And not too many guys can make that play that he did. And that's what's special about it. It's not just, trying to label him the best since whomever, but not too many guys can snip out a screen like he did. I watched it probably 3 or 4 times. I saw what he saw, and not too many guys can do that in the middle of a rush.
Yeah. So I think that's a really good sign for the turnaround here in Jacksonville, because you need blue chip players, and you need Rashean Mathis to say, not too many guys can do what he just did.
Yeah.
About more players, like Tyson Campbell. Rashean's played the position for a long time in the NFL. He said, that was a heck of an interception. And then you get Trayvon Walker. That was a heck of an interception. You want more of those stories. We think Trevor can make throws that not a lot of guys can make. The difference here is he's got to make it in the big moment to where it's like, wow, look at that. Not many guys can do what he just did. Yeah. And that's where guys like Mahomes and Herbert and other players have taken off, because they've done it on the big stage, whether it's primetime TV or in critical moments. But I like hearing that from you, Rashean, because Aaron, there just haven't been a lot of those kind of guys around here.
It also makes it more understandable why getting that generational quarterback when you have the opportunity is something you don't want to pass up, or at least getting a cornerstone to your franchise under center, because, you end up drafting a bunch of these guys over the years, but there's only a select few who could make that play, who could really wow you, pop your eyes open.
Yeah. See, Rashean Mathis, before we're going to take one more break, and then we're going to come back and put a bow on the show. And I want to get a couple of thoughts from it sounds like you watched the Lions a little bit in that game, and how good you think Philadelphia is. But before we do that, were you raking the fields this weekend out on the ball field? Like, you're spending a lot of time on the diamond, on the baseball diamond. I mean, give us an update. Like, how much maintenance do you do out there? You do the hard work.
I do everything. Like we have a great crew at Jax Beach, but there's anything that I can do just to be out there with my kids and with the kids on my team. Like I love it. I love just being out there and just teaching those guys, teaching those young boys. And we have a girl on our team, Ava May, and she's amazing. She's an amazing athlete. She's going to be on TV doing something one day. So anytime I can just pour into them, there's not a better place for me. It used to be the golf course, and now it's just pouring into these kids, and I love every second of it.
You good BP thrower or what?
Oh, you have to come out there and check me out. Like that was my thing. Baseball is my thing. You see, y'all don't like, a lot of people don't understand me and baseball. There's a lot of history of me and baseball. So I give my kids change ups, curveballs. I'm doing it all from the left side of it.
I would
You have to
love
come and check me out.
I would love to see Rashean pitching you, Brent, some batting practice, and then me and Kasey going pitch for pitch on bets to see who's taking who where. I want to see Rashean throw the high cheese at you.
That would be good. We'll bring the show out. We'll bring the show out there to Jax Beach, and we'll do a little bit of that. Because, hey, here's the deal, Rashean.
I'm all in. I'm all in.
Listen, man, I don't know if I can hit that well anymore, but I'll try like heck. And I am a Derby champ here from a charity standpoint a couple years ago.
Make sure to get that one in, yeah.
And so, but I also, like, I can throw BP. Like, I throw my kids BP. Like, I can throw batting practice.
Rashean, what kind of heat you throwing these days?
Well, I'm throwing to not 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds now. So
you still got to gas them.
Look, match the speed of their pitch.
Listen,
so I'm not going over 60 to 65 for them right now.
Listen, my son was out in the basketball court this weekend. It was his first weekend for organized basketball, and I'm sitting there going, he's going to crush every single one of these 5-year-olds. He's going to dominate out there. Come on. So I understand, Rashean, you're out there throwing to the kids. Say with me, if my son goes up for a jump shot, I'm blocking him. No gimmies on me.
We'll be back with Coach Rashean Mathis right after this on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690 every Monday, hanging out. Talk a couple more thoughts about the NFL, and then we'll let Rashean go here on a Monday, having a lot of fun with Maurice Jones-Drew in the 3 o'clock hour, Rashean Mathis in the 4 o'clock hour here during football season on Mondays on ESPN 690.
Florida State football is back on Jacksonville's home for ESPN 690. Friday night, the Seminoles travel to Louisville to take on the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 5 with the Florida State Tailgate Show. Then Jeff Culhane, William Floyd, and Tom Block have the call from Cardinals Stadium. Kickoff at 7:30 Friday night. Catch Florida State football all season long on Jacksonville's home for the Garnet and Gold, ESPN 690.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFOspreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida at UNFOspreys.com.
Never paint your house again.
Hey Jay, at Rhino Shield we talk about protecting your home from the harsh Florida weather because we have seen what happens to those cracks when they get ignored.
Stucco cracks are more than just superficial. Without repair, they can allow water to get into the walls, causing water damage, mold, and even wood rot.
And Jay, some of our customers have been tied up in litigation for up to 4 years trying to be made whole again.
Rhino Shield your home now before you have to go to litigation, and you'll never have to paint again.
And after 22 years in business, our customers continue to trust us to protect and beautify their homes with the most scientifically advanced coating.
With our help, you can have pride in your home again. Call us for 1 year same as cash, 25% off, and a 25-year warranty.
Call 904-519-5055 or visit us at rhinoshieldjax.com. And remember, with Rhino Shield, you'll never have to paint again.
Rhino Shield.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 in a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jacks on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
Got a few more minutes here on Brent and Friends with Rashean Mathis, former Jaguars corner. We're really excited to have Rashean every Monday, 4 to 5 p.m. And earlier in the 3 o'clock hour, Maurice Jones-Drew to react to everything Jaguars and the NFL. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts. And Rashean, we were just talking. Kasey is this. He used to get autographs. Well, he still does probably, but he gets autographs like all the time. And so he asks a question. He's like, Brent, when you were on the road with the Jags this weekend, were there any guys getting autographs outside the team hotel? And I was like, actually, no. And you do see people when you guys arrive at the team hotel. Like, would you have been annoyed by a guy like Kasey who would do that, or what?
No, I was never that guy.
Stop lying. This is lies.
You don't know Kasey well enough.
Yeah, meaning I was never the guy to get annoyed. You know, if you weren't jumping over kids getting autographs, I would have been okay with it.
We're all good. Here's my deal, because I was on some of those trips. I would show up to the hotel at the same time as you guys see these graphers waiting for their autographs, as Kasey would say. Yep. Here's what annoyed me about it, Brent. It's not that they're there, and there are kids there with the adults. It's when you get an adult, and instead of asking for a graph, like Kasey would like to say, he's got like 7 things you got to sign, and you know he's going straight from the hotel to his hotel, his cheaper hotel room to throw it up on eBay. It's like, all right, guy, I'm going to sign a thing and then take a walk. All right, buddy?
I think you're just mad nobody asked you to sign, Aaron, at the team hotel.
That's definitely not mad
Radio
about
producer Aaron Schachter. Can I get on the team ball, please?
Everybody's got to make a living, Kasey,
That's
right?
man.
Everybody's got to make a living. Hey, Rashean, speaking of making a living, but it sounds like you watched the Lions game a little bit. That's another one of your former teams. You know, they showed some promise. They showed some fight. They lose 38-35 to a very good Philadelphia Eagles team, we think. I mean, are they turning it around too? Do you have a good feeling about what's going on in Detroit?
Well, I was actually watching it because of Philadelphia, because Darius Slay used to be on the Lions with me, and he's the corner for Philadelphia. So, but they look good. They did. I was paying a little bit more attention to Philly.
Interesting. Okay.
And Hurts, and just seeing what they were doing, because I don't really have any ties anymore in Detroit. So I can't speak on it too much.
Okay, well then give us a little more insight on your relationship with Slay and how good he is.
So
how did that come about?
Relationship-wise, long story short, I was my 11th year in the league, and he was a rookie, and I ended up taking his spot when I got to Detroit. But I took him up under my wing and made sure that he understood that this was his team. And I was just an old vet passing through, and I was going to teach him everything I did. And he was like my little brother still is. Over the house during Thanksgiving when the wife was cooking. So he was always there up under me. And now he's an amazing player. So I'm one of his biggest fans.
What makes him so
that's
good?
The history of me and Slade.
What makes him so good?
Talent-wise, he has it. He has that it. He has speed. He has ability. His hands are not that great, which I was trying to help him with. But you can't really teach hands. But he's going to stay around the ball, and he's just a competitor. He's the ultimate competitor. So ping pong, video games, you name it, we did it against each other, and I had to school him and let him know. Wrestle, I had to school him and let him know that the old guy still had it. So, but I spoke with him a week ago, and he let me know that he's not a little boy anymore.
Hey, so I think that's great insight, right? Obviously, Tyson Campbell doesn't have you tutoring him along, but it's a good insight of how far has a guy like Slay come since year 2 to where he is now in the NFL. I got to believe the growth's enormous.
It is. And owners, vets are valuable. Like if you bring the right vets in, like these young studs that y'all are paying a lot of money to, they need a good vet to just help them along. And it would change your franchise. And he's changed, and Darius has changed franchises because of the player that he is. And if you get the right vet in there that understands what his role is and understand the game, it can be a tremendous help to these amazing young studs coming straight out of college.
It's interesting you mentioned that, Rashean. Do you think it's important enough to actually create like a position on the team for a non-coach, non-player, veteran voice for your young guys?
100%. I think on all levels. They do it in basketball all the time. Like you see, Udonis Haslem hasn't played a snap for Miami in 2 years, but he's still there on their roster
for the last 25. That's right.
He knows, right? So it's valuable. It's valuable. It's priceless. It's priceless.
Well, and by the way, just for the Trayvon Walker said the word he got right away. He told us this last week on Jaguars All Access. Is all the Georgia Bulldogs that he knew that had gone to the NFL said find a vet. And, he landed in good position because he got Josh Allen to kind of tutor him along the way. And that might really pay dividends to your point, Rashean, down the line. How good is Philadelphia? What do you think of him?
I like him. I like everything about Hurts, Jalen Hurts. He's not looking to run, but and his line is protecting him enough to where he's not scrambling to run. He's running when guys are not open. And that's a big difference when you're not just scrambling to run. You're running just because the coverage is telling you that you should run, not because you're getting pressured off from the defensive line. So I like what I saw with Philly.
Hey, man, that was a lot of fun. Thanks for taking an hour out of your time on a Monday. I look forward to doing it next week, hopefully after a Jags win. Did a great job. And now go throw that BP, strike some kids out, and be dad for the next 6 days or so.
Or
appreciate
dominate.
You, man.
Yeah. Make sure you dominate.
All right, great, guys. Y'all have a good one. Have a great week.
All right, thanks, man.
Rashean.
That's Rashean Mathis, former Jaguars cornerback, of course, joining us for the last hour here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. On a Monday, let's keep it rolling with some football talk around the league. What are the big topics going on around the National Football League coming out of Week 1? And take a peek at tonight's game as well on ESPN 690.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer, a big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
It's gonna be a busy month at Best Bet Orange Park. The Greater Orange Park Open Tournament is back. This $500 no-limit hold'em tournament will be happening on Saturday, September 24th, with $120 satellites starting on September 21st. With plenty of parking and a safe and friendly environment, you'll see why Best Bet Orange Park was awarded the Best of Play in Event, Entertainment, and Sushi. Open from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 24 hours on the weekend. Best Bet Orange Park.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Sometimes the mortgage process can be a tricky one, a dead end for some. Not with Carrington Mortgage Services. They have a team that will find a solution for you. That's what they do. That's what they are experts in, finding loan solutions for unconventional borrowers. If you're self-employed or a freelancer, if you have low credit scores, if you're an investor looking to use cash flow to qualify, Carrington Mortgage Services will find a loan for you. CarringtonMortgage.com. Carrington Mortgage Services, LLC, NMLS ID number 2600, Equal Housing Lender.
When Smart Tools give you control, you own it. When you're confident in your decisions, you own it. When you're sure someone's got your back, you own it. At Community First Credit Union, you can own it all. With free digital banking, fewer fees, and a team that's ready to help, you're in control of your money so you can live your life your way. Go ahead and own it. Add an account today at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that really wants to help. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
When you download the Home Depot app, taking on big or small projects starts with a tap. It's your pocket-sized toolbox for getting more done. Image search helps you find what you need with a snap. Store mode pinpoints exactly where to go to get what you want while you're at our store. Or just tap to arrange for easy curbside pickup. All from the palm of your hand. It's the app that's made for doing. The Home Depot app. How doers get more done.
Everyone, who's manning the front tonight?
Big E's nightclub needs a bouncer with a military background.
Dougie, I need you to keep eyes on the back.
Security who lays down the no-no when the unts get too intense.
That Swedish DJ duo is back tonight. Y'all remember last time.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ready to elevate your lifestyle? You can do that at iCryo in St. Johns County. Recovery is an important part of staying healthy. The cryotherapy chamber, red light therapy, the sauna and compression. Just some of the ways you can do that at iCryo at the Pavilion at Durbin Park. IV infusions, body sculpting also available. Get the student pass for $99. And if you have an event, invite iCryo to come out. They have mobile IV services as well as compression therapy for recovery and hydration. Download the iCryo app or visit iCryo today in St. Johns County and elevate your lifestyle.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN690 Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN690. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station. Now, your chance to win $1,000 as ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Essential Energy. Live fit.
Are you ready to go?
3, 2, 1.
Text the word space to the number 70123 before 15 past the hour. That's SPACE.
Your next chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8. This is a nationwide contest. Message and data rates apply. Get the complete rules now at ESPN690.com.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Hit him! Hit him!
This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
That whole thing sounds about right, by the way. You know, me sunshine and rainbows and defending Trevor. Kasey
yelling about
losing another bet.
And a lot of those.
And
me embracing
Aaron
love.
Embracing sex.
That's us. In a nutshell. It's well done. It's really well done, Aaron.
As long as you think
That's what you get here on Brent and Friends and Football at 5 on ESPN 690. Just a quick recap of the day.
The show's now called Brent and Friends.
But the day has been a good day, right?
Yeah.
We started with Monday Morning Madness.
We did.
And that was fun. 8 a.m. until 10 a.m. And unfortunately, it was so good, you're going to have to do it again next week, Kasey. You did such a good job.
The show was good. I'm just,
You don't like that early time.
6:30 is.
Did you really spend like 15 minutes in line at a drive-thru?
I really did. I really did, and I won't name the place.
I'll say this. As someone who
you wouldn't expect
is familiar with that time of morning, you really have to pick and choose your spots when you go through the
by the
drive-thru.
way, too, the place that he did, I'm
going to tell you, I didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, no way you would see it coming.
I saw the bag in the garbage. I understand they have a reputation for efficiency in the drive-thru, but
best drive-thru like in the history of the planet.
Not true. I'll pull up the data. The data behind it says one of the worst.
Here,
I'm not going to say the name of the business.
Here's the
Everyone
problem.
knows who we're talking about.
Everybody does, which is why I'm going to add this part. They don't put people out there until a certain time of the morning.
You don't need the people out there.
The people make it go faster. Because my problem was I was at the speaker thing.
The speaker thing, yeah.
For like 4 minutes before my existence got acknowledged.
Do they have a video camera there, though? Because if they're looking inside your car at you, I'll be like, yeah, I'll probably avoid that, too.
Yeah, maybe. It's possible.
Especially at 7 a.m.
Yeah, it's like I don't really feel like doing this right now.
I got a show to go to.
Yeah.
Isn't that the worst?
I don't really feel like doing this right now.
So
It
anyway.
is. When you're looking at that clock, you're going, all right, I still got 25. Okay, I still got 15. All right, I got 10 minutes now.
And I had to put the whole
minutes.
show together still.
Yeah,
and
man.
I was
not
like,
good.
no.
I told you this story one time. I won't mention this drive-thru, and this had nothing to do really with the drive-thru in the place, but I won't mention it anyway. But I would go on these runs at like 10:15. I'm going on TV at like 10:50, but I'd go run out and get like a coffee.
Shocker.
And it'd be just down the road. Well, I literally got like stuck in there was a car in front of me and there was a car behind me.
Yeah.
And I couldn't go and it was taking forever. And I'm like,
It's
I don't
maddening.
think, like I'm trying to, like I thought I was going to I couldn't even do it. I couldn't pull a
couldn't
maneuver.
leave. Yeah.
I definitely know
I
what
didn't
you're
have
talking
enough
about.
room.
Yeah.
And it was the only time, like, I actually remember, like, running into the station, just getting on, and being, like, almost hyperventilating. I was so, out of breath, and, like, I actually was nervous that I was going to miss it, because I was like, how the hell am I going to explain this? I'm going to miss the sportscast.
Because I needed coffee
Because
at
I was
10:50.
in the drive. And by the way, who gets stuck in a drive-through line at 10:50 at night getting coffee?
If you're asking for coffee at 10:50, it's what you get. And by the way, I'll give you a little background on the TV business. If Brent wouldn't have showed up, nobody was prepared for that. Because Brent shows up about 30 seconds before his thing, even if he's in the building.
Yeah.
So they would have been running the open before somebody was like,
oh, yeah.
Does anybody see Martineau?
Let me tell you.
No, there was no backup plan.
For those of you
Never
listening
is.
at home, listen to what a baller move this. You guys don't really understand the negotiating leverage Brent is trying to do right here on a regular, everyday basis. He wants his bosses to know without him, the whole thing falls apart. So he's walking in there
On
with
occasion.
seconds to go. And the boss is going, oh, my God, what are we going to do? We got no Brent. And that's exactly what you want them saying in their head when you go into contract negotiations. What are we going to do if we got no Brent?
Unfortunately, contract negotiations aren't a few years away.
So that's your fault.
Yeah, we just did this whole dance.
But we're building. We're building.
Okay, fair enough.
Building toward it. Brent Martineau,
It's
Aaron
time for you to
Schachter.
delete Action News from your social media, bro.
Yes.
That'd be hilarious.
Would they notice?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You said it, not me.
Listen, it's a good thing they don't notice half the social media stuff I put out there.
Amen, brother. Amen.
I've been in a lot of trouble if they would have been paying attention.
Oh, man. So, hey, week 1 NFL, what does catch your attention outside of Dak? Dak, the Cowboys are in trouble. Is the AFC South as bad as it looks after week 1? Is the NFC West?
The AFC South could be worse than we thought it might be, especially if you take into account the Titans' performance and the fact that the Colts could only muster a tie against the Texans.
Yeah, Davis Mills, bruh. Like, I'm going to take that approach. We got to close the door, fellas.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You only get so many chances to win. AE Jags. I guess it's a both situation.
Yep.
You only get so many chances to win. You got to close the door if you're Davis Mills and the boys. So, yeah, the AFC South might just be atrocious.
What about the NFC West? I mean, the Rams got walloped.
Murdered. So did the Cardinals.
By the way, Kyler Murray
looked awful.
I don't think much of Kyler.
That was my MVP pick. Looked awful.
Stupid pick.
And
Stop it. He'll go over
San Francisco loses to Chicago.
Looked pretty
and
bad.
Again, it's tough to judge with the elements, but Trey
Look,
Lance.
Chicago had to play in those elements too, man. They were out there.
And then you got Seattle tonight, but there's not a lot expected about Seattle. Seattle will win, one because I picked Denver in a survivor pool.
Chicago just wiped the floor with the Niners. Who knows what Seattle's going to do out there?
I mean, maybe the NFC West isn't that good.
Yeah, that's possible.
I mean, the Rams aren't bad.
I think it's more likely.
The Rams can't be bad.
I think it's more likely this is just week 1 nonsense. I think the Niners are a good team. I think the Rams are a good team.
I never thought Arizona was good.
I think the Cardinals are going to be a good team as well.
They're not a good team.
Zach Ertz really wasn't himself. He's dealing with an injury.
146.
You got Deshaun Hopkins, who's not playing DeAndre Hopkins, who's not playing the game. That's not the team.
Well, he
you're
ain't
gonna be
playing
seeing.
for 6 games.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
if they lose all 6 of them, does it really matter how good they are after it?
That's not the team you're going to be seeing midseason.
You know, you said the Chiefs, the Chiefs are the Chiefs, and we get bored by it. I kind of said that. But I will say I was a little surprised.
I was shocked.
I thought Tyreek Hill, I'm not saying the shine was off the Chiefs, but the Chiefs had a little bit of, all right, are they going to still rock and roll? Are they going to be like this machine? Right? Yeah. And they even had a stretch last year where they didn't look
It
that
didn't look
good,
great.
right?
And you
especially
go,
at the
okay,
outset of the season.
early,
Maybe
yeah.
there are some chinks in the armor or something like that. And then you're like, this is a human team suddenly.
And some people, some teams just struggle early on. That's a trend. I think Seattle over the years has done that a little bit, even when they were good. And Green Bay just showed it back-to-back years. They weren't very good.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, I was surprised to see that performance by Kansas City that good, that sharp against Arizona on the road, where you would have thought they would be all jacked up for that game.
Oh, yeah.
And Tyreek Hill wasn't even a factor. All the talk that Tyreek Hill did this offseason, now they won in Miami too, but it was like, hey, guess what? Looks like Kansas City was right. They didn't need you.
Yeah. No, Kansas City just invents tools in the same way that Denver and San Francisco invent running backs.
Travis Kelce's still him, though. So.
Of course, obviously, but they could put any guy at wide receiver on this team and make him into an all-pro.
Not the guy for the Packers. Watkins, what's his name?
Watson.
Christian Watson.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. Oh, by the way, we were talking about my misfortune on gambling in the break. I just want to add in, I went 0 for 6 on the picks this week.
0 for 6 on our picks on the air.
Yes.
How did everyone else do?
It doesn't
Not
matter.
good.
I got killed.
You did get
Yeah,
killed. That's
not
the best
good.
part.
I 0 for 6.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this to say one more to kind of put a bow on the weekend in the NFL before we get some tweets. Are the Chiefs more impressive than the Bills after that?
So that game 1 performance, yeah, but I don't think overall that the Bills are a worse team than the Chiefs.
No, that's not what I'm at. I'm just saying, which one are you more impressed by?
The Chiefs.
The Bills? Well, the Bills beat the Super Bowl champs on the road,
I understand,
man.
but they didn't play very well. And the Bills didn't necessarily play top ball either. They play better than that. I mean, they had a bunch of turnovers in that game. You look at the Chiefs, and Pat Mahomes is just closing his eyes and throwing touchdowns in every direction.
Yeah, he's playing Arizona. It's not that difficult to do. I'm going to say the Bills because I'm going to add in the travel part of it, and I'm going to add in that you're playing the Super Bowl champions as they raise the banner. So, the 76 fans they have, they were packed in and ready to go. Okay, so I'm going to say Buffalo's more impressive there because Kansas City is just they played Arizona.
Okay, so now does this change the way you look at the AFC West? I mean, the Raiders lose, the Chargers look good.
Well, someone had to lose that game.
Raiders looked good.
And Raiders were in that game.
They should have won. Don't give me that face. They should have won the game.
They were in that game at the end.
Derek Carr made some. There was a couple of bad turnovers, and other than that, they win the football game if they don't do those things.
But to your point, Brent, like, does this change the way I thought the Chiefs were going to regress. I'm not so confident in that anymore. But I also think that Denver is probably the weakest team in that division, and that's still to bear out. We'll find out tonight. Yeah.
I need him in the survivor pool.
I'm already out.
Okay, Dak is out. If we look at quarterback play across the league, we're impressed by Josh Allen.
Yep.
We're impressed by Patrick Mahomes. We're impressed by Justin Herbert. Is it you were impressed or not impressed with Derek Carr?
I was not impressed with Derek Carr.
It wasn't his best performance, but I'll tell you what I did like from Derek Carr was the fact that he could have very easily rolled up and let this game get away from him.
Oh, he had 3 picks. I didn't realize he had that many picks.
But he kept
also
him in the
got
game
sacked
late
5 times, by the way.
He was running for his life a little bit.
No, it was. I agree with Aaron what you're saying there. Like, it could have been a lot worse. It did not start well, and he kept him in it because, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. That's the kind of dude he is. But when they get it clicking, Devontae Adams had like 141 yards, and I'm not even talking about him. Once they get Waller fully where they want him and they can figure out where the targets need to go, heads up. If I was the Raiders, I wouldn't run the ball at all.
Impressed with, who was I just going to bring up? Jameis Winston.
Not necessarily.
I would say not necessarily, but he did bring him back.
And that's what he needs to be, though, right? What he did? I mean, from a number standpoint, again, I didn't watch that game. 23-34, 269, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah, but both touchdowns came
late.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they weren't great, as good as it looked.
Get it to Michael Thomas before the fourth quarter, you might have something.
Jalen Hurts looks good, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can they run Jalen Hurts 17 times in a game?
I think that's their intention.
Like Rashean just said, it's not like he's purposely running all the time, but he's picking spots. But that's 17 runs now. He's a big dude, but can you do that for 17 games?
I don't think you're going to run it that much every game, but I do think their intention is to get him up to about 10 each game.
Yeah.
I think they want to see him out there running. I think they like running the RPO. I think they have a run team with some great receivers, by the way, and the more Jalen Hurts threatens to take off, the more guys like A.J. Brown are getting open.
Who, by the way, feasted.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he was good.
Holy
what
cow,
a great game.
Titans, what are we doing?
Great game. By A.J. Brown.
Lamar Jackson looked good, right?
Looked good.
Then we got some of the bad guys. Kyler Murray didn't look good.
Did not.
Aaron Rodgers and company didn't look good.
Not necessarily. But that's not going to be an all-season.
Well, I know, but I'm like the mad guys were like Baker wasn't anything great, right?
He almost cost his team the game a few times.
And Jacoby Brissett, whatever.
Matt Ryan was kind of pedestrian.
Yeah, which
although Pittman had a big game.
That.
Pittman's him. I try to tell
Joe
you.
Burrow, I mean, he's going to put up these crazy numbers, but you can't throw 4 picks in a game. I mean,
yeah.
You just can't.
And
we don't think that will happen all the time, but you can't throw 4 picks in a game.
Yeah, and that was actually the knock going into last year before they shocked the world and went to the Super Bowl was that offensive line was the question mark, and it certainly looks like it's still going to be a problem.
And what about Daniel Jones?
I think Danny Dimes impressed people. I don't know that Danny was the reason they won that game, though.
Yeah, they won because of Saquon.
Yeah, man.
Saquon Barkley's back. That maybe should be the headline story in the NFL today.
Yeah. Well, the other thing me and Kasey were talking about.
Like, to me, you know who Saquon is?
The running back for the Giants?
He is. But you know who he is relative to sport? In the NBA, he's Zion Williamson. And so, Zion, we haven't seen him. Like, Saquon Barkley's supposed to be this stud coming in. And we saw a little bit of him. But then he gets hurt for a couple. It's like, okay, where is he? Like, is he just going to be the guy that's always hurt and get himself out of the league? It's like Zion. Like, are we going to see Zion play in the NBA? And I think they're kind of like, they can take their respective leagues by storm.
Yeah.
Because Saquon, holy cow, that run down the sideline that didn't go for 6. I felt like I was watching something in fast mode, like somebody was speeding up the tape.
I love watching this guy run because you wonder what's going to happen when he meets contact with somebody. He's going to blow somebody up. Man. That guy is just they
don't make people like that.
Ball of muscle heading downfield at 80 miles an hour.
And how about this, Kasey? He was the more impressive back in a game with Derrick Henry in it.
Yeah, he was.
I'll say this.
Like,
me and
why-
Kasey,
like, he should be the #1 story coming out of the weekend to me.
When me and Kasey were talking about this, I think this is another story. You know, Saquon getting all the love and certainly got the rock in his game. Where was Christian McCaffrey in his game?
There you go. Yeah, I texted Brian Middleton multiple times during the game. I'm like, what's Matt Rule doing? Because, you know, those are his boys.
It might be a pitch count or something, but he wasn't even a decoy for the most part. He wasn't visible.
He had like 4 touches through the first half. They're losing the game. I'd have fired Matt Rule right there.
Yeah.
You got some tweets?
I do have some tweets. We can get to them right now if you'd like to.
Let's do it. We'll do it. We'll hang a little longer in this.
Yeah,
break.
sure.
So
why
the first
not?
one's a double-decker from Tom Pelissero. First one is Bucs wide receiver Chris Godwin suffered hamstring strain Sunday night. Likely will miss some time per source. Optimism it's not a major injury. He follows that tweet up with, there's good news here. Godwin's reconstructed knee came through the game fine, so it shouldn't be an extended absence. I guess I'm asking you guys, with the offensive line troubles that are being documented on the Bucs, the fact that they got a couple new receivers in that room, so things aren't exactly like they were. We saw them play well last night, but that was more the defense than anything else. How much will the Godwin injury hurt this team moving forward this year?
I don't know how much. I mean, that defense is so good. I feel like that's going to now be the strength of the team. Or was it the Cowboys' offense that was so bad? Here's what I wonder, Kasey, a little bit about Godwin. Is he going to fall into like a Michael Thomas type trap where he goes away for a couple of years because he's got the injury bug? No, it's not a fault of his own. But sometimes this happens to guys.
Yeah.
And when you have the one injury and then you go right back and get another one, you're like, oh, dang. And hamstring's no joke now, because you're going to want to come back, you're going to try to come back, and then you're going to do it again. So that could really bother him the rest of the year, Kasey.
Yeah, it could, and hopefully it doesn't fall in that Michael Thomas category because, again, extremely talented. I will say this from the Bucs' perspective. Julio Jones looked all right.
Yeah, he did.
Of course he did, because why wouldn't he? Leonard Fournette looked good, too. So
Don't forget Mike Evans. He had a nasty one-handed
yeah, that
catch
was
in the end
disgusting.
zone.
I mean,
Russell Gage on that team.
If there's a team that could afford something like that, like if they need to sit him for a couple of weeks, the Bucs are the team.
Yeah. All right, moving on to the next tweet. This one from Shefty, talking about Mac Jones. Scans on Patriots. Mac Jones back. Came back normal per source. The injury is not thought to be a serious one. Team's going to monitor and gauge how Jones is feeling this week before Sunday's game against Pittsburgh. Brent, I know you were busy with the Jags game. If you didn't catch this news, our guy Mac Jones went down with a back injury, and some are questioning the veracity of the hit, or at least the credibility of the hit. Was it a clean hit or not? But the point here is the Patriots already had an uphill battle this year with all the news we heard coming out of New England. I mean, how much does this really hurt the team this year?
Well, I think it hurts a lot. I mean, if you got back, again, same type of thing, right? If he does have back spasms and that's a thing that's ongoing and can't get corrected and you try playing through it, they got to be really careful with that. And you hope that doesn't become a mantra for him. But I just think the overriding factor here is I don't think the Patriots are that good. I've said it all offseason. And first week kind of punched that point home. Maybe put an exclamation point on it. We'll see, Kasey. But I think the Patriots are going to struggle this year.
Yeah, it looks that way. What are they doing at running back? They didn't really commit to either of them. I thought was interesting. But listen, not everybody can be that good when you're playing the world beater that is the Miami Dolphins, right, Aaron Schachter?
I knew it was coming back to me. Listen,
want to know, baby.
Here's what I want to know from you guys. Well, maybe not Brent because he wasn't able to watch as much. But Kasey, I'm sure you saw a couple of plays out of that game.
I did.
If you're a Dolphins fan, you got to be happy with Tyreek Hill. You got to be happy with Waddle. Fine.
I'd be happy with your coach.
Sure.
True.
You're looking at that quarterback in Tua, and statistically speaking, looking at the numbers, he's got an okay game. But these guys are coming back for those passes. He's not hitting them downfield in stride now.
I give
how
it to
much? How many more weeks
I
are
love
these
the
guys
bar.
going to be
By the
able?
way, bar still is funny on Tua.
I thought it was real. I saw it.
I
I
didn't see
clicked on
this.
it, and I was like, I don't
the
know
one
why
that
that's
skipped or something?
Yeah, that was nowhere near him.
Yeah. Like that was a real pass, though, in the game, right?
It really happened. Yeah, it wasn't Madden. Yes, it was horrible.
But overall, Tua played pretty good, right?
Well, the numbers bear that out. He didn't lose them the game. I'm just sitting here looking at Tyreek Hill going, how many weeks is this guy going to get underthrown before we start hearing about it in the media?
Is he a little bit like Daniel Jones in the sense where they're going to just manage? You got to manage. And if you manage correctly, and if Daboll's really good, if McDaniels is really good, we've seen this with Shanahan before do this. If they're really good, they can get the most out of this guy even though they're limited. I kind of feel like they're in a similar category. But the only exception here is Tua won't make that goofy mistake like Daniel Jones made.
Yeah.
And will make from time to time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that Tua cannot hit these guys where they can be hit to be as dominant as people thought this team might be this, or not dominant, but to be as good as that wide receiver room could be. He's not going to be able to take full advantage of that. I still believe in that.
And by the way, just because they beat the Patriots doesn't mean like they're going to the Super Bowl. The Patriots are not the Patriots, people. Like, I got to remind you that. The Patriots are not the Patriots.
Let's move on to Ian Rappaport. Ian tweets from NFL Now, the Steelers' TJ Watt.
What a screenshot.
Weighing options
Holy cow.
surrounding his pec injury with both rehab only and surgery as the options. Plus, Najee Harris hurt that foot. My question for you guys right now, we were wondering what the Steelers were going to be this year. It could have been anything from 5 wins to 10 wins with that team. What happens now with the best defensive player in the league having to sit out for some time and maybe one of the best running backs in the league to miss time, too, with a bad foot?
I don't mean this in like disrespectful way because you really want these guys to play and see them. They're such star player. Well, TJ Watt really is a proven star player. But does it matter? Who cares? Pittsburgh and Tomlin just know how to get it done.
Yeah.
Like, Tomlin is the new Belichick to me. Like, where you know you're going to win games even though you probably shouldn't on paper. And they're going to outcoach you. They're going to outmotivate you. You're going to play better than the other guy just because you wear the Pittsburgh Steelers uniform. Like, to me, that's the team. And I'm not saying, by the way, that means you win Super Bowls. I just don't think they're good enough to do anything like that. But anybody who thinks like the Steelers are just going to be okay, that's not true. They're going to find a way to win like 9 or 10 games somehow.
Hey,
Isn't that crazy?
Talk to your boy across the table from you, Brent, because I look over at the bet board, and it looks like I said Pittsburgh's going to win over 9.5 games.
Yeah.
I only need 9 more.
That's true, but I don't see this team winning more than 6 now without TJ Watt or Najee Harris on the field.
And Najee Harris is coming back.
Okay. It's a foot injury, so, I mean, even if he comes back, is he going to be who he's supposed to be? Time will tell, I guess.
It's fine. They got Mitch Trubisky. You better get that dollar ready, Schachter.
Mitch Trubisky. I forgot. Mitch Trubisky, MVP. All right, last tweet of the segment, guys. You ready? Jason Whitlock. Always one to respect people. He's looking at that Dak Prescott contract. He goes, Dak Prescott, $40 million a year. I called it a mistake from the giddy-up. What he's referencing, of course, is the fact Dak's about to miss 8 games. And by the way, that's after missing 11 games 2 years ago. Now out 19 games 3 years into this contract, not necessarily delivering on that big payday.
Really, I'm just overly concerned about not likely winning the MVP.
Yeah, that's tough.
like that's where I'm stuck. Forget about what Whitlock says.
Is there a Jimmy G job in the waiting?
That's a good call there. And
well, I wouldn't trade if I was San Francisco after Trey Lance the other day.
Well, you want to hold on to Jimmy G?
I really don't think you can judge Lance. That's not fair to judge off that game, I don't think. But keep an eye on it, right? In the next month,
stash him, yeah.
In the next month, you might be able to find that situation. And I mean, heck, they might try to go from anybody. Look at like a Gardner Minshew or somebody like that. That's like a backup situation.
How
where
is
you
this
can go
guy
trade for.
not getting more looks in the NFL right now?
Minshew?
Yeah. It's one of the biggest travesties in the league.
Well, I know there's a lot of pretty good quarterback play. I
This
think
guy
on the
has
most part.
great numbers when he gets on the field.
Dak, though, I mean, listen, the injuries are freaky. I don't like labeling guys. I do think it's the risk you run in the business.
Sure.
Right? And it's a physical game. This one was so just, that could happen on every play to every quarterback in the league.
You're right. But at $40 million a year, 3 years into the deal, you're looking at it going, where's my value?
Well, I think that's fair. What's the return on investment? And it was a little risky of a deal to make at the time.
Wasn't he injured when they made
more
it?
because of the injury.
Yeah.
But then he came back last year, Kasey, and he was like unbelievable.
It was good. He's all right. Well, I'll tell you this. I bet Jerry Jones is on a yacht right now, so I don't think he's worried about the money.
Oh, he's worried.
He'd be all right.
You know what I still think is crazy? That Jerry still talks after every game.
Right?
Gotta get his thoughts.
Like tradition.
We gotta know what he's
I'll give him
thinking.
credit, like he didn't even linger. He's like, oh yeah, he's gonna have surgery. I mean, it was like 10 minutes after the game, everybody knew he was gonna have surgery.
Hey, he's a doctor too. You know what I'm saying? You don't get that rich doing just one thing.
Look, Jera doesn't mince words.
We'll be back. Football at 5 on ESPN 690.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Scattered showers and storms will be ending by early this evening, becoming partly cloudy overnight with some fog as temperatures drop to near 70 degrees. Partly sunny tomorrow. It'll be pretty hot again, and a few afternoon thunderstorms develop, but becoming a little more widely scattered with highs in the upper 80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys. No markups, no retail games, and never a commission.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 in a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes the mortgage process can be a tricky one, a dead end for some. Not with Carrington Mortgage Services. They have a team that will find a solution for you. That's what they do. That's what they are experts in, finding loan solutions for unconventional borrowers. If you're self-employed or a freelancer, if you have low credit scores, if you're an investor looking to use cash flow to qualify, Carrington Mortgage Services will find a loan for you. CarringtonMortgage.com. Carrington Mortgage Services, LLC, NMLS ID number 2600, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Paul Gray, founder of Gray Matter Distillery, inviting you to check out the new home of Jacksonville's first craft distillery in beautiful Atlantic Beach. Since 2014, we have been the proud distillers of such iconic local spirits as Carr Vodka and Live Oak Whiskey. In our new distillery, you can enjoy one of our handcrafted cocktails made using only the freshest ingredients for only $8 a drink. Enjoy a cocktail, sample small batches of vodka or whiskey, or take a bottle home. Pick up your very own Gray Matter Distillery shot glass for free when you mention this ad. Come see us this weekend, and remember to please drink responsibly.
Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer, a big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover Jacksonville, Porsche Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent AS Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690.
I told him last night, actually, in the hotel that, we're going to be our worst own enemy all season long. And what I meant by that is if we just don't beat ourselves, but we gives ourselves a chance. And you look at this game today and we beat ourselves.
Yeah, I would say that. Here's the thing I always think about in kind of the way to look at games. If the Commanders had lost that game, they'd say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just that's the way the NFL works.
But not every. Okay. Yeah.
Because they would have said, we turned it over 3 times. We had however many penalties. Like, they would
Carson
have.
Wentz is our quarterback.
We put the ball on the ground, like in that spot where we could have put the game away. Like, they would have too have said, and quite frankly, like they kind of blew the game in the second half, at least momentarily.
Yeah. It's also a little bit of deference to your own roster where you go, it was our fault. They're not better than us. We just made mistakes.
Yeah. I do think, to everybody's point, right? This is like coach speak. And if you do your job and you think you play clean football, this, brought up the Patriots in the last segment about Steelers, but this is what the Patriots did so well for so many years. And this is what Alabama has done well for so many years, is even when they're not making plays and crushing you, they're not beating themselves. They let everybody else make the mistake.
Yeah.
Like they just wait for you to make the mistake. And teams like the Jags, and quite frankly, teams like Washington, are going to make mistakes. Because now, so can Doug get them coached up to the point? And can the young players come along? And that might not be this year, by the way, to the point where they get seasoned enough and confident enough and are good enough to limit all those whatever mistakes. And by the way, I guarantee you there are twice as many mistakes in that game than we see on TV and watching the game.
Yeah, we just know the obvious ones, but they're looking at assignments missed all over the field, for that.
I mean, guys miss tackles all the time. You know why we noticed them? Because guys were on skates when they missed a tackle. That was crazy, wasn't it? I mean, Washington was playing like a video game for a bit.
For a little bit, yeah. Especially up front, I'm telling you, on that first drive, I'm watching that thing going, man, this could be really ugly.
For a second there, Curtis Samuel was him.
Yeah, so was Carson Wentz.
Hey.
Like, wow, Carson Wentz is really coming for revenge in this one.
But they really looked like it looked the way they were running out of plays and making the Jags look bad. I mean, it looked like they were the Chiefs or somebody like that.
Yeah, like an offense that could move at will.
Yeah, and I will say this, guys. The Jags gave up 28 points, which is too many. But in a way, it's not. The NFL, the offense is so good in the NFL now that even the Commanders with Carson Wentz can look good at times.
Yeah.
Right? Like even most people told me all week, Carson Wentz is bottom 5 quarterback, no doubt in the NFL. And you might be right. But the Jags defense also had some good moments, and he still threw 4 touchdowns against them, and they still moved up and down the field against them. Mm-hmm. And that we know they have good players. The Jags have a lot better players on defense. So my point being is the bigger number to watch is the Jags scoring points, 22 points, which is a touchdown more than they scored last year, and still wasn't good enough to win.
But on a lot of days it will be.
I think that's a lot.
You don't think so? You don't think 21 points on a lot of days enough to win?
Well, only when they play the Jets and the Giants, teams from New York.
I don't think so. And so now you're going to make me look up yesterday.
Oh, boy.
How many games the Jags would have won if they had scored 21 points? 22. Let's give them the 22.
Dallas.
Okay, they would have beat the Rams.
Nice.
They would have beat the 49ers and Bears, but does that count?
It does count.
Because of the slop.
Whatever.
The Bengals.
Got them.
The Patriots and the Dolphins.
It's a wrap.
The Jets.
Game, set, match.
The Colts and Texans.
Next.
The Giants and Titans.
Told you the Giants.
The Packers.
Packers are nothing.
Oh,
the
boy.
Raiders. The Bucks and the Cowboys.
It's a lot of teams.
That is actually a lot of teams.
Look, 2021, if the Jags scored more than 21 points a game, they're good for 17th place in the league, so middle of the pack there, as opposed to what they were, which was dead last. It's a lot of points.
It's a few.
Now, you need the defense to hold tight to make it matter. But, yeah, I think when they play the Texans, if they score 22, they probably pull that game out.
All right, listen, quick college football transition. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts. This is what I just wrote. Georgia is so good at football, and not many other teams are in college football.
So here's the thing that I wanted to talk about with this, because you mentioned last week. You said, and I'm surprised, Kasey, usually you're so good at getting audio for us to recap things that have been said on the show.
Oh, I had more. Thank you for reminding me.
You said last week, Brent, Georgia's the best team in the country And I believe Kasey's reaction was something along the lines of, what? Where you at, Kasey?
Come on, Kasey.
Sorry.
I said they should have jumped. Why aren't they the number one team in the country?
You did say that.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
I agreed with it, by
it's
the way.
Alabama. So they are automatically better than everybody else. Wait
No.
a minute. It's Alabama. They're the best. No. Georgia's the defending champs and whooped up the 11th ranked team in the country in Oregon. Meanwhile,
one.
Alabama beats up somebody in week one. I don't even remember who they played, like Utah State or something.
Stetson State A&M.
And then they play unranked Texas and should have lost. Thank the officials, by the way.
They almost did lose that game.
They looked awful.
They certainly did not cover the -20.
But they looked terrible. That was the worst game I think I can remember Alabama playing in the last decade. I'm sure it's not, but that I can remember. I'm sure Alabama fans have other ones.
Bryce Young threw him on his shoulders, though.
And by the way, if Alabama plays Georgia next week, it's probably a close game because they'll play better and all this stuff. But so far, Alabama looked like the 10th ranked team in the country at best compared to Georgia at number 1. And quite frankly, I don't think anybody should sit between 2 and 9. They should just keep it blank. Like, there's number 1, Georgia, and there's number 10. Who's number 2 in the country? Ohio State?
No. Alabama's number 2.
Alabama. They are. How is Alabama number 2 after that? Number 1 in the country is Georgia. And Alabama right now, they should not do a ranking for 2 through 9.
Just empty.
They should keep it empty.
Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, Oklahoma, Southern California,
just slide
Oklahoma
them all
State.
down.
Just go down to just slide on down.
Just slide them all down because obviously there's not enough good teams in America when you put the Florida Gators from unranked to 12th in the country by beating Utah at home.
Then you slide back down to 18. Yeah.
18? 18? Why are the Florida Gators 18 after that?
I don't know. They shouldn't be.
Speaking of their quarterback.
Yeah.
Holy cats, you said he's the best player on the field at every game they're going to play?
You know, some days you just don't have your best stuff. You know
Maybe
what I'm saying?
he's not him.
Well, no, he still could be, but, you know, just some days you don't have it all the way put together, and some days you play like crap.
Hey,
frankly, he didn't have it all together, and he played like crap.
He said Kentucky got in his head now.
And I'll tell you this. I was right. Like, basically what this is I was right. Right? Anthony Richardson is still him. But I also said they have nothing around him. And that is true.
That's accurate.
We could play a wide receiver for the Florida Gators right now and still lose to Kentucky.
They probably pay better than the radio station.
I promise you they pay better than the radio station.
An NIL deal with Dunkin' Donuts.
And Trevor Etienne needs to play like every
He's good, man.
snap.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
He's good. But Anthony, I felt bad for Anthony Richardson. Like you go from, this is what I said this last week coming off like when kickers were missing in college football and guys weren't doing well. I was like, man, I feel bad for these kids. And again, I think this is all because my kids are 17. Like I put them in that position and it's like, gosh, I can't fathom having to deal with what this young man's got to deal with. Yeah. He's got all this stardom. He's got his own coach saying he's somewhere between Cam Newton and who else did he say?
I don't remember. I just remember Cam Newton.
He said somebody else. I can't remember who he said.
If you're talking about body type, he's close to Cam and Josh Allen. I don't know that Napier said that.
I don't know who he said now. I can't remember. But my point is he's and coaches don't want to praise like that. And he said something like that. You've got everybody talking Heisman. You've got people talking top 5 pick in the draft. And then it's like, vroom, crash.
And you're only, 19?
Well,
20 years old?
But it's like, wow, that's a tough world to live in.
Yeah.
And he was just not good. Like, I mean, you talk about not good. I mean, that was the definition of not good, and there's no other way to look at it.
Yeah.
And you're right. He doesn't have a lot of weapons. They need to run the football. And I know the story this week is like everybody's talking, all Gator fans, run with Richardson. And I agree with that. You got to run with Richardson. But they need to just run the football, Kasey. Their offensive line's pretty good, and the backs aren't bad.
Backs are all right. Backs are better than wide receivers, no doubt.
So, man, I just feel bad. I felt bad for him because I think he's going to be fine. And I think he'll have moments. But he also isn't this guy yet that everybody claimed him to be after one game on a Saturday night in the swamp, where quite frankly, the Gators, we all said, probably should have lost by like 10 points in that game.
They should.
A couple of other big, go ahead, Kasey.
I was just going to say Kentucky has their number now.
Yeah.
Well, that's the underrated coach in the country.
Why are we hiring people like, I wouldn't
I don't
go to
think he's
Nebraska
sexy enough,
if
man.
I was him, but like.
I don't think
thought
he's
his
like
name
a
was
sexy.
being tossed around, though.
Oh, I'm sure it is, but
yeah.
I wouldn't go. That's a disaster.
It's a rough gig.
I have this
Corn out
question.
there.
One more question, guys. about Scott Frost. He
I love
gets
corn.
he gets fired. Here's what ran through my mind.
Did you see him sliding down the pole on the way out? Anyway.
How did he turn into such a bad coach?
That's a good question. It's probably one he's asking the mirror this morning.
I don't necessarily know if he turned into a bad coach. I don't think they recruited well.
Like, I have this question for him and Urban Meyer.
Okay.
No, seriously.
but also, Kasey,
like, Urban Meyer didn't know football last year.
Hey, like Scott Frost is making bad decisions on the field. It's not just a recruiting thing.
No, I'll give you that. This year, he's made bad decisions, like starting with the onside kick. But I think he knew he was on fire. The seat wasn't hot. It was on fire. He was burning alive. And he's like, hey,
taking swings.
I have to do these things to win these games because we're not very good. Because no one wants to come play for the Nebraska Cornhuskers when you can play for anywhere else in America.
That's the thing, too, Kate. Like, people have always said this, all right? Since I've been in town, 15 years, everybody has this conversation. Is the U going to come back? Is Miami going to be back? And the answer is, folks, Miami will never be back to what you thought it was and the bad boys and that. That wouldn't be allowed in today's day and age of social media. And they'd find stuff like, you can't have like that as the backbone of your program, that image. So the way they were constructed, no. And therefore, maybe without all the talent, probably not. It's too spread around. But the real question, Miami can get back and win a national title. Nebraska may never.
No,
Nebraska, where do they go to recruit? Like, seriously, where do they go? At least Miami's in Florida. It's one of the top places in the country to recruit.
Yeah, I said this to Brian when we came in to do the show on Sunday. We were talking about it. And I was like, I know that there's like some allure behind Nebraska, but like at my age, even when I was in high school or whatever, if you would have tried to recruit me to Nebraska, I'd have been like, no.
That's a great thing you just brought up. It's the big disconnect, I believe, sometimes in college football. College football is the good old boy network. And that means college football is like, in a lot of ways, from a tradition and pageantry and history standpoint, it's like 50 years and older.
Yep.
Anybody that's 25 is like, Nebraska was good once?
Yeah.
It's like, you might as well say Yale once won like a big game.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in like 1938.
Same thing.
And by the way, if you're recruiting the Midwest, there are lots more sexy universities and programs you could be considering than
Right.
Nebraska. Yeah, it's
If
not
I'm-
like, go ahead.
If I'm good and I'm in that part of the country, like you said, oh no, Michigan, Ohio State, or Nebraska.
Yeah.
You know,
But
I'm going
even
to have
like
to
the
hard
lower,
pass.
even like a Penn State is probably more.
Penn State's a good one. I'll tell you right now, the Big Ten's like, hey, we just added 8 teams. Can we get rid of this one?
Can we
By
just
the way,
leave them?
If Texas, Florida State, and Miami can suffer through years like they've had, how the hell is Nebraska going to get out of it?
Yeah.
They ain't.
I mean, there's not enough good players shucking corn.
And like,
Today.
if you're a coach, like they're not.
And the style doesn't fit.
Yeah.
There's no way they get a big name coach. Like, even if I'm Stoops, I'm not leaving Kentucky.
No,
Are
why
you kidding
would
me?
you go?
Well,
I
that's
would
why you
to-
go alumnus. That's
I'd
why
go
Scott Frost was there to begin with.
I'd
But
go
he
to
was big.
James Madison before I'd go to Nebraska.
Right. So, like, I
You
think
go to
they're,
Duquesne's?
they're literally going to have to get
Duquesne.
a coach from one of those schools. Like, who just beat them? Georgia Southern? Call them. That's the only coach you're going to get. Because why would a big-time coach go to Nebraska?
A couple other big movers from the AP poll. Kentucky up from 20 to 9th after their big win
Boy, they
over
just
Florida.
moved everybody everywhere.
BYU jumps from 21st to 12th. You've got Tennessee jumping from 24 to 15. Let's see, not ranked last week were Texas and Penn State, now in the top 25 at 21 and 22. And then Oregon, who had fell out of the top 25 to be unranked after the big loss, now back into the top 25 at number 25.
Back on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690 in a moment. Hey, everybody, when I moved to Jacksonville 15 years ago, I found Nimnick Buick GMC, and that led to the Acadia I had a couple of those, and then GMC Sierra truck, which I now own, all from Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade. I know the product, the service, and I know the people from Billy Nimnick to Jackie Lynch and James Jones. They've been my friends since 2008. Nimnick has been your friend in Jacksonville since 1941. NimnickBuickGMC.com. It's where I'll get my next truck, or those kids are starting to ask about the vehicle. Uh-oh. Might have to pony up a little bit. And if so, from Nimnick Buick GMC.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
If you're involved in a legal dispute, call me, Glenn Levine, a board-certified civil trial lawyer at the law offices of Anajar Levine at 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000, and take back control of your life.
Office in Jacksonville.
September is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's got 500 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
It's where I take my family to play golf, and you can take yours as well. The Golf Club at Southampton. It's the home of the Action Sports Jax Stream 18, and it can be your golf destination. Enjoy your golf experience by calling 287-PLAY, 287-PLAY. Play some golf or maybe practice some golf at one of the newest facilities in the area. Grab some lunch or dinner too. Southampton has it all. 287-PLAY for tee times and more. The Golf Club at Southampton, the home of the Dream 18. My home course. Make it your home course too. This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Happy anniversary to them. Put their experience to work for you. Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. I've had mine for a handful of years now. Absolutely love it at the house. Connecticut's twin tank, non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call today and save hundreds, even thousands on a complete home solution for city and well water. Financing available with approved credit. And because the professionals at CGC Water are committed to being your go-to water experts, you can trust their master plumber with all your plumbing needs as well. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. Right now you can take advantage of the $75 drain cleaning special. Call for details. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Celsius Essential Energy is Jacksonville's official energy drink of summer, and Jacksonville summers are fueled by Celsius. If you see ESPN690 out and about this summer, come grab an ice-cold Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
September is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's 100 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Hey listener, welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Jaguars rout the Commanders. I think Jags going to win going away. I think it's going to be one of those kind of games. I think it's going to remind you of 2017 Houston, hopefully more so than 2021 Houston.
Jags win 24-14. And I think that, the defense really is the bedrock.
I think the Jags win this football game 35-13.
Wow.
I agree with Brent Martineau. They win going away. The offense looks good. I think the defense feasts. A couple of turnovers. I'm all in. I think this is a perfect first game matchup for this team. The only the only division that might be worse than the AFC South is this one, the NFC least. I think the Washington Commanders are a bad team in a bad division. I kept going.
Yeah, you did.
For like 3 more minutes.
I love it. Nothing makes me happier than wrong takes. Love it.
It's what we do, man. It's what we do. We got to put ourselves out there. Why don't we ever celebrate the good ones?
It's not as fun.
Look, Kasey does a fair share of celebrating.
There's a guy on Twitter that always, he's like, Brent, every time you tweet, the opposite happens, right? And so then, like a couple weeks ago, I told you, like the LSU game, right?
Mm-hmm, you called it.
Well, I've got a good streak going I mean, I tweet so damn much. I mean, I'm still going to be wrong probably
a lot.
But I told you the bet of the year last week was what? Bet of the year, I would put $100,000 on it if I had $100,000. Kentucky.
I don't remember this.
Oh,
okay.
you did.
Yeah.
You did.
I mean, I just felt like that was such an easy play.
Congrats, Brent.
But that was good. I'm just telling you I got to tell you when I'm right as you play the.
Was it good?
I got to tell you that's good when you play in sound of me messing up the Jags pick.
That's a good point. He's got to sit there and celebrate the wins as well.
Small victories as we watch the film room, guys.
Was that good?
Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts, good Action Sports Jacks OT coming up.
Did
you guys change the name of the show?
We did.
Overtime.
We did actually, yeah. Now it's just overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton.
Oh, you got Kuhrts and Middleton in there.
Yeah, so believe it or not, it's a little less involved than changing the name of this show. I just kind of was like,
you'll get there.
I said to Brian, I was like, hey, we're just going to call it OT with Kuhrts and Middleton.
Which one is Kuhrts and which one is Middleton?
Well, that's what he said. He's like, why has Kuhrts got to be first? I said, all right, settle down.
What a Kasey thing to say. That's
I know.
very
I
confusing.
appreciate him though. I'll tell you what.
All right,
but we are on until 7:30 tonight, by the way.
Brent, I was telling the boys, they play a lot of good music on that show. Like it's just bump music. Or like segment music, but it's a very lively playlist coming out of there.
Yeah, it's
just
quality
they're hip,
stuff.
man.
Yeah, they're kids.
We're
they
old.
know what's
They're
going
hip.
on. You're old. I'm just here to hip it up a little bit too.
Hey, I do want to mention this before we go. 1 week away from the Action Sports Shack Stream 18 golf tournament at Southampton. So we're looking forward to that. It'll be next week at Southampton. Thanks again to the Cadillac dealers as our title sponsor, and also folks like law offices of Ron Scholes and so many other loyal sponsors like The Best Bet. Along the way, Florida, Georgia, Windows and Doors, Access Electrical Contractors, Pitney Bowes. We appreciate all the support of our sponsors that help raise funds for North Florida Junior Golf Foundation and for St. Michael's Soldiers. So we have a fantastic field. I was over at the golf course today. It's looking good. The rain has not killed the course, which is awesome. Now, we don't need a ton of rain this week. We want to keep it somewhat dry. Cooler temperatures prevail next week would be nice. A Jags win to talk about next Monday. All of that.
That'd be cool.
That would be good. But either way, we're going to raise some money for charity. You guys coming out?
I would like to come out.
We'll see.
I got a hat.
You got a
I'm
hat?
wearing the hat.
I got the hat.
You are wearing the hat. I appreciate that. Dome hats, by the way. Good hats.
Great hat. I was complimenting that the other day.
All right. That's going to do it for us. Action Sports Jacks OT coming up next. Jags Report live from Sneakers in Jax Beach. Andre Cisco will join us on the TV side live on Fox 30. But come on out to the beach. Say hello with us. to Andre Cisco. He will be there at Sneakers in Jacksonville.
And on the way to the beach, listen to my show.
Listen to ESPN
Thank
690.
you.
That's what I just said. I just said it's coming up. I just said overtime, I should say. I got to get the name. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton.
Yeah, baby.
Right.
Depends on who you ask. Might be Middleton and Kuhrts, but
And
that's all
don't
right.
forget about Aaron Schachter, 96.9 The Eagle, every morning.
How could you forget?
Nobody forgets. It's the most listened to thing in this town.
Look at that.
We'll be back tomorrow at 3 o'clock, everybody. I think live from Davoli's House of Cards, by the way, so come on out there tomorrow afternoon. Have a good night.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good, really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless, now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
We're ready to deal. Best Bet St. Augustine is now open. Experience the best in poker, simulcast wagering, and fun card games for all levels at Best Bet St. Augustine. Best Bet's newest card room features 49 gaming tables, a state-of-the-art sports bar, delicious wings, a full-service bar, and freshly made sushi. Open from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 24 hours on the weekends. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive, right off exit 311. For promotions, go to bestbetjacks.com.
A lot of people suffer from joint pain. You can bet those football players over the weekend are feeling some pain in the knees and back and shoulders and hips. You've heard Emmitt Smith talk all about it, and you've also heard Emmitt Smith say, hey, call QC Kinetics. Everybody, it's Brent Martineau. I'm telling you to call QC Kinetics now as well. You've put it off long enough. It's time to get real lasting relief from chronic pain in those knees, back, shoulders, and hips. QC Kinetics can get you moving again with cutting-edge regenerative treatments. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. All you have to do is call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. Locations in Mandarin and Ponte Vedra, 904-274-5522. A lot of people here have done this, and they are living life to the fullest, pain-free. Don't assume the old ways of dealing with joint pain are the only ways. Call QC Kinetics today. Stop putting it off. Call now for a free consultation, 904-274-5522. Regenerative medicine uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. Sometimes the mortgage process can be a tricky one, a dead end for some. Not with Carrington Mortgage Services. They have a team that will find a solution for you. That's what they do. That's what they are experts in, finding loan solutions for unconventional borrowers. If you're self-employed or a freelancer, if you have low credit scores, if you're an investor looking to use cash flow to qualify, Carrington Mortgage Services will find a loan for you. CarringtonMortgage.com. Carrington Mortgage Services, LLC, NMLS ID number 2600, Equal Housing Lender. Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover Jacksonville, Porsche Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, FieldsAuto.com.
Hey Jay, at Rhino Shield we talk about protecting your home from the harsh Florida weather because we have seen what happens.
Stucco cracks without repair, they can allow water to get into the walls, causing water damage, mold, and even wood rot.
And Jay, some of our customers have been tied up in litigation for up to 4 years trying to be made whole again.
Rhino Shield your home now before you have to go to litigation.
And remember, with Rhino Shield, you'll never have to paint again.
Rhino Shield. Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated, like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, at any time. So you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then By all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN 690 Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN 690. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
Longest intro in the history of sports radio.
I don't mind it because I like this part of the intro. We never get to this part of the intro.
It do be bopping.
Y'all did have like a post-game meeting, though. Y'all had a full-fledged post-game meeting.
We did have a post-game meeting. It was a rough one today. Well, it wasn't a rough one.
It wasn't a rough one at all. I checked in, actually. I was trying to follow with what you guys were talking about a little bit and caught the brand new intro and everything. And I was like, hey.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was good, to tell you what.
Somebody got some rhythm around here all of a sudden.
Somebody do, and it's not me.
Just a tad bit of salt. Just a tad bit of seasoning happened around here. Just a little bit.
A little bit.
I'm
just
okay
a little
with
bit.
it. But just a little bit, though. Like a,
Just a little bit. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Quarter of a teaspoon.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Anyway, this is... by the way, we changed the name of our show, too.
Oh, did we?
Yeah,
Let's roll it out. Do I have a drum roll? I don't have a drum roll.
If you're new here. So Action Sports Jax on ESPN 690 has become Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We're all friends with Brent. He didn't have a lot of friends outside of work, so we had to name the show after it. It's fine. So then me and Brian were like, what can we do? What's creative to name our show Action Sports Jax Overtime? What could we pivot to?
You're way too nice, Kasey Kuhrts. I didn't say that at all. That's what you said, right? But you're a company man, huh?
What?
You understand the business a bit more. I was like, hey, Brent putting his name on the show. Let's put our name on the show.
And after 8 to 10 meetings of approval, we have decided to change the name of the show. If you're on the stream, you've already seen it. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton.
I don't have a sound effect. I mean,
I was looking for anything.
No, okay. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're looking for anything. I don't have anything queued up anyway. But yeah, man, I like it, man. You know what I mean?
So, and by the way, if you're wondering.
Oh, hold on, Kasey.
Yeah.
Do that again. Intro the show again. Just say the name again.
Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton.
Give me a hell yeah.
Stone Cold, that a baby. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So anyway, that's what we call this show now. And we'll try to remember as much as we can instead of saying Action Sports Jax, but it's okay. Action Sports Jax, still part of what we do on ESPN 690. Well, I guess we're done delaying. We're 5 minutes in, and we haven't talked about the inevitable.
Hold on. I actually got in touch with former head coach
Urban Meyer.
Yeah, I got in touch with him.
Yeah.
Okay, he does have some lines of communication. If you reach out to the right PR people,
yeah,
he did want to pass this along to the Jags right here. Here we go.
What you got?
But I'm a man of the people. I'm going to bring you the truth so you know who has your back and who doesn't have your back. All right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't know if he was rooting for the Jags based off of that reaction right there.
I would say he probably was not rooting for the Jags, if I had to guess. But as you see on the screen as I'm editing on the fly, we'll give you some reaction to the Jags. We've been talking about it all day. We started at Monday Morning Madness this morning at 8 a.m. I told you what I thought then. We just did 3 hours. Less of what I thought, right? Maurice Jones-Drew.
Good stuff.
He talked about what he thought. Rashean Mathis.
Great stuff.
Talked about what he thought. Brent and Aaron, we gave some takes. I gave some takes, but I will give you another one, Brian, then I'll give you the floor because you haven't talked about it all day. I can't believe they lost the game. Like, I understand it's the Jags, and this is Jacksonville, and these kind of things happen in Jacksonville. Same old Jags. I know it all. I'm telling you, I'm surprised they lost to the Washington Commanders. I don't think the Washington Commanders were as talented as Jacksonville. There's plenty of opportunities you could go back to point to, even just kicking decisions and making kicks that they win the football game. But I'm telling you, I can't believe they lost to that team because I still don't think they're very good. They played better for like a couple of series, but the Jags defense got a lot better. They whiff on 2 plays, and to be honest, maybe just 1 play, the Terry McLaurin touchdown, because, Dotson made a play on the touchdown and Campbell at the end. I truly can't believe they lost the game.
Well, they played better more quarters than the Jags. Doesn't always equate into a win, but they played better that first quarter for sure. The first quarter for sure, and I would give them the fourth quarter, even though that comeback was still, and the extension of the lead for the Jags was still happening into the fourth quarter. But it goes down to the simplest answer, Kasey Kuhrts. And you actually said this as your matchup, but this is something that I always lean on. What happened on the O-line and the D-line? What happened? Were you able to either create pressure for the QB or give your QB time? There were times, especially early on and during the Commanders' comeback, where Carson Wentz, I'm talking about if he had a watch on, Apple Watch, like an old person watch or something like that, he could have looked down, you know what I'm saying? Looked down, and actually, not the ones with the numbers, you feel what I'm saying? The ones with the actual hands. And figure out what time it was. You feel what I'm saying? And then look back up and go through the progressions. Now, that wasn't the entire game, but there were stretches where you would just look and you'd be like, well, I guess blitz. But then again, we got burnt on, one of those blitzes. I believe it was in the third quarter. It was one of those. It was like a 3rd and 8 or a 3rd and 5. And it was just like, oh, well, I guess I see why we're not blitzing every time. Anyway, my point is this, man. More times than not, when it counted, the Commanders were able to control the line of scrimmage, depending on what side of the ball we're talking about. I mean, I don't want to see what the Commanders look like this season with Chase Young. Thank goodness we got him when Chase Young wasn't on the actual, because
still lost the game.
What's my man Deron? What's his name? Payne, I believe. I mean, like these guys, I'm over here. This is how good they are without Chase Young. As far as what we made it look like, and then it was like a flip switch flipped, whatever that saying is. And then it looked like the Jags couldn't. Not that they couldn't do any wrong, but that they had made adjustments, that things had settled down, and you were like, oh, okay, so this is what it's gonna feel like, almost like maybe the Alabama-Texas game from this weekend, where it's just like, okay, this is gonna be close, but everybody thought this was gonna be a win for this one team, and this is how they're gonna do it. And then when they extended it, and it was 22 to 14, 24 to 14, I was like, okay, all right, Jags, talk your talk, okay? I'm ready to hear this press conference right now, okay? It looks good. And then, Carson Wentz said, no, revenge game. I remember last season, I tell you what, I have memories. I hear, ESPN690 every now and then. I have people out here that listen for me. And, Kasey Kuhrts out here talking on my name. He said, quit playing on my name, Kasey Kuhrts, because I didn't know that he could slang 4 TDs like that.
I didn't either.
I'm not going to, and this isn't about the Commanders, but you're just giving me the time. I'll give him the one interception, the Trayvon Walker one. I mean, listen, like I'm not going to knock Wentz for that one, even though that was how many people make that play?
Not that many
at that position.
Not in their first game in the NFL.
Holy smokes! So I mean, he had 2 INTs, but he had one really bad one. But 4 touchdowns. I think he was a top 3 in yards passing. For week 1, outside of, what happens tonight on Monday night. So, listen, at its core, it's not the sexy matchup. It's not the one that people like to go to all the time, especially when we start talking about drafting or free agents. But if you can control that line of scrimmage, all the cliches, if you can impose your will, if you can keep your quarterback standing upright, if you can give them an extra 1.5 seconds, which is an eternity apparently in the NFL, instead of, they got to have the ball in their hand in 2.2 seconds, you can give them 3.5. Like, you're going to give yourself a better opportunity of winning. And so, Kasey, I'll throw it back to you. I have some more things, but, like that was the big thing that I saw on top of some of the other mess ups or the way that we shot ourselves in the foot as the Jags got out on the field and kind of messed certain things up.
Yeah. I told you during ESPN 690 Game Day Live, that was the matchup to watch. The Commanders' defensive line against the Jags O-line. I'm going to just call it as I see it. They were horrible. They were not good. They got dominated, especially at the end of the game. There were times when they held up and did their thing, but only 2 other quarterbacks in the league had more pressure and were hit more than Trevor Lawrence. Joe Flacco was one. He threw it 60 times. Joe Burrow was one. He threw 4 interceptions. Well, let's stick with Joe Burrow. I've said it all day, and if you're just jumping in the car on your way home from work, we appreciate you being here. If you're on the stream, we appreciate you as well. And if you listen to Monday Morning Madness, and if you heard me say this on Brent and Friends, and if you're hearing me say it right now on OT with Kuhrts and Middleton, I'm going to say it again. Joe Burrow threw 4 interceptions yesterday. He also took his team down the field at the last second of the game and threw a touchdown with 2 seconds left. If the PAT doesn't get blocked, Joe Burrow would have thrown 4 interceptions and still won the game. That was the number 1 pick a couple of years ago. The number 1 pick that's here had the opportunity, even with the pressure that Joe Burrow had, the exact same situation. He didn't get it done. Joe Burrow's had longer in the league. I understand that. But Joe Burrow did something yesterday, although they didn't win, that we thought our guy was going to do. We were under the impression that it could happen, and it did not happen. And it brings me back to the last play of the game, Brian. I texted you. I'm still dumbfounded why Trevor Lawrence threw that football on the last play of the game. 3rd down, time on the clock, nowhere near a Hail Mary situation, and he just chucked it. And it was a duck, and it got picked off. To me, Brian Middleton, that's inexcusable on 3rd down with time on the clock, like everything I just mentioned. It don't matter if it's 3rd and 17. It don't matter if it's this. It don't matter if it's that. You got Christian Kirk, who was uncoverable for most of the game. I don't care if you need 17, 25, or 63. I got a feeling Christian Kirk's going to get open, and you let him cook. I can't get over what happened at the end of the game. And I'm not going to let it go until the quarterback changes my mind.
Tell me how you feel. Yeah, listen, that play was very confusing, even trying to run it back and watch it again. The way that Trevor was throwing the ball yesterday in certain spots, there's no doubt he has an arm. That pass it gave me punter vibes, not punter vibes, but
it was a duck, bro. It was not good.
And so a part of me is like, was he trying just not to get another, what do you call it? Intentional grounding.
Yeah.
And so he was going to launch it kind of out that way, and it just didn't get up.
Everybody keeps saying that, but you don't have to throw it that close to the field. You're already over on the sideline. Put that thing in the stands. Give somebody in row H a free souvenir. You know what I'm saying? Don't let that happen. What happened?
I'm going to tell you this right now. Yeah, we want we can equate the Joe Burrow to Trevor Lawrence. I think that's a fair comparison, even though you're right. Burrow has more in the way of talent longer and then longer in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So, his maturation may be a bit more advanced than Trevor at this point, and it probably should be if we're just looking at things. But I'm telling you right now, I understand that the great ones are going to be able to do it regardless if there's pressure or not, more times than not. But most of the great QBs that you have ain't running for their life as much as Trevor is. Like, for the majority of the season.
You're not wrong. He ran for his life yesterday.
So this is week 1, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, things may, take a turn for the better, O-line wise. And again, I'm not in their session when they're actually doing their grading. So, a couple of these guys may be grading out, however they score, a B+, A-. They may. We don't think they are, but maybe they are. But just from the layman's point of view, just from the casual observer, if you got a person that watches the Jags, but they don't watch like every team, and maybe they don't catch every game, but they know enough about football, and you ask them, hey man, does that look right? That Trevor, it's not a bootleg, it's not designed, roll out to the over here and over there. Is he supposed to be having this much in the way of moving on the field when he's trying to pass. I think a lot of people would be like, nah, it looked like, we get it. They trying on the other side as well, but it looks like it looks like he should get some more blocking at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I don't want to lay it all at the O-line's feet or the D-line's feet. Again, because there was times when you start looking at it and you're like, oh, okay, they can protect. Oh, they are opening up holes. Oh, we are moving the ball. And that's another thing. Regardless of everything I'm saying about how Trevor has been moving or was having pressure, they moved the ball. The red zone, the lack of red zone.
They're locked. When they get in the red zone, they are just locked.
And in the preseason, it was cool. It was cute. Oh, we're moving the ball. Oh, we'll kick the field goal. Oh, we can score. But it's a vanilla offense.
You right.
And in my head, I'm just like, okay, well, I'm gonna go with it because I'm not in the huddle. I'm not in the coach's meeting. But listen now, it's the regular season. Okay, pull out the chocolate, the strawberry plays now instead of just the vanilla plays, whatever you want to call it.
I like it
because that red zone is
baby.
killing us. We should have been up. Probably, if we would have scored on 2 of those possessions in the red zone, we probably would have had like 21, 24 points going into halftime.
Yeah.
And so the same way that I'm trying to put a lot of stuff at the feet of the offensive line, I still can acknowledge that the offense as a whole was moving the ball a lot more than they weren't moving it.
Yeah, I give it to you. I mean, they weren't moving it early. They figured it out. I'll give you that. They could move the ball at times. I don't disagree with you. They could run the ball. That's what they're going to be, by the way. Once they figure that out, the balance between James and Travis running the football, that's what they are.
Yeah.
And it feels weird to say it, but that's what they have to be. Because here's the number one thing with me, going back to the quarterback. I think he's going to be all right. I'm not giving up. I'm not calling him a bust. I'm not doing any of those things. But the number one thing I think if you watch Trevor and you want to be critical about is the inconsistency. 1 minute, it's fitting a ball into a tight window and you're making a play and it's like, oh, here we go. And then we're forcing a ball into a tight window that should have got picked off and we're all like, what the heck was that? And then it's the throw to ETN in the end zone that he missed. And then it's a throw to ETN that's perfect that gets dropped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think if you're going to be critical of the quarterback, that's the part. Everybody else talking all kinds of wild on Twitter. I'm kind of talking wild right now, but I'm telling you, if you want to be mad about something, it's the inconsistency.
Yeah, well, I'm with you on that, but every time you see a pass like when I believe that was in the third quarter, might have been the second. I should have my notes in front of me, but he was rolling to his right and it looked like he was about to be sacked. And it was like a 20, 25 yard just laser. And I heard the catch from the TV.
There's no doubt.
That sounded like it hurt.
There's no doubt that some of the throws he makes are incredible.
Oh, man.
But then the touchdown to ETN that gets overthrown.
Yeah, that was.
You don't miss that. You know what I mean? I missed that. But there's a reason that I'm not him.
That's fair. You're not him.
I am not him.
At all.
But you can't miss that throw. You know what I'm saying? Everybody would agree.
Nobody would mistake that.
Right.
At all.
And we got to get to that point. He has to get to that point. And we'll get there. Hopefully. It's a tough one, though. I will say, though, there's a lot of Jags fans that have been mature about the situation. Because they should have won the game. But they looked a lot better than last year. You know what I mean? There is building blocks here, if you will. I agree. I think there's people that we've had on this morning all the way to now. There's no moral victories. They lost the football game. You're right. There's also people that say, you know what, after I'm done being mad about it, you can see the progress. Those people are right as well. The question is, where do they go from this?
Yeah. And from where they are in the process of trying to be a team that can, contend for a division, contend for maybe a home playoff, hosting a home playoff game. I think that this is kind of how some of these games will go. And I'm talking about for teams that may not have a young QB. Like, it is the NFL. So, like, we can point to 5 plays, 10 plays, out of all the plays that were ran, whether it be offensively or defensively, that, we would have got that, then this is a totally different game. If we would have gotten 1 or 2 of those plays, right?
Yep.
But I think that's most teams
True.
In the NFL. Where we were at last season, where we were at the past 2 seasons, it didn't matter about them 10 plays. Huh? We can point at 25 plays. Yeah, you had 25 plays. If you get like 20 of those, then maybe you can start competing. So, like, you're right. There are levels to this, and I think you got to be able to understand, okay, is there growth here? But as a Jags fan, on the other hand, like, you don't have to do anything because you keep paying for tickets.
Yep.
You keep buying jerseys. You keep listening to these press conferences. They keep getting it. You keep believing, and then you look around December, November, each season, and you are like, ain't this about one of them, You feel what I'm saying?
I do.
So if you want to take that viewpoint, I ain't mad at you, like you said. But also, I can see that difference. I think they're the middle of the pack teams right now.
Yeah.
This is how these games kind of go. Even if you're supposed to be better than them and you're supposed to win a game, like 28, 22, 20, 25, 21, 20 to, 13, like these kind of games happen. So hopefully you hope that Doug Peterson, which he has, the cachet right now, he has that ability to say, like, guys, I've been here before. There are vets on the team that have come from other places that have won games, and they can be like, okay, this is a part of the process. You just got to keep plugging along, and it doesn't just sound like they're trying to tickle your ears because like we're trying to compete. Like we were hearing last season where it was just like, okay, guys, like we believe you, man, but like we're 2-14. Like this is terrible. Quit telling me that we're trying to compete.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I think that's what you got to remember. They're only 0-1.
There you go.
You still play a lot of winnable games. There are games that the Jags are more talented than, and I do think they got something there. They just got to figure out how to play how to win.
Oh, where do you have their win total at after this 0-1 start?
I mean, I had them at 8, but I had them winning this game. So they're going to have to steal one, which they're capable of doing.
Absolutely. They're going to be a headache by November. They're going to be a headache for everybody who got them left. I don't care what no one tell me.
I think you might be right. They got to figure it out because there were moments. Trayvon Walker, like you said.
Oh, my goodness.
Holy cow.
Oh, my goodness.
Josh Allen, y'all want to get on Josh Allen a little bit? He played great yesterday.
He was the one that sparked that initial, like, when I texted you finally.
Yes.
He was the one that
he forced the fumble. Yeah.
Oh,
he made the play
goodness.
on the end around. Like, he was in the backfield. Like, it's crazy with Josh Allen. If he doesn't get a sack on every play, people are like, where's Josh?
Yeah.
He's doing his thing. Let him cook. You know what I'm saying? It's a frustrating one, though. There's no doubt. And the point of the story is 0-1, the Jags fall to Washington. But they play again on Sunday against the Indianapolis Colts, who, by the way, tied.
Oh, when we come back, tell me the rules, because I know that you're out of the Survivor picks allegedly, unless we change the rules.
Nah, I'm out. But yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about what else happened around the NFL when we come back. They call it overtime with Brian Middleton and Kasey Kuhrts. We bring you more of it next.
ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Are you kidding me?
You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m. This is a nationwide contest. Message and data rates apply. Complete rules at ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 pays your bills on ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Scattered showers and storms will be ending by early this evening, becoming partly cloudy overnight with some fog as temperatures drop to near 70 degrees. Partly sunny tomorrow. It'll be pretty hot again, and a few afternoon thunderstorms develop, but becoming a little more widely scattered with highs in the upper 80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys. No markups, no retail games, and never a commission.
Gah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending Ooma and their all-in-one phone, video, and collaboration solution.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Quitting nicotine isn't easy, which is why Tobacco Free Florida offers free tools and services like free 2-week starter kits of quit aids. We're also trying out music to help motivate smokers to quit.
Not another cigarette would be late. Now there's someone living tobacco free. It's you.
Wow. Okay. Maybe we'll just stick to the ways we know work. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com or call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW for free nicotine patches.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997, and a staff that really wants to help. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
It's overtime. It's Brian Middleton. It's Kasey Kuhrts. We on ESPN 690, the streaming platforms, ESPN690.com, worldwide, internationally. We everywhere, man. We appreciate you being here. Rainy day out there in Jacksonville. If you're in your car, by the way, be careful on the roads. Started raining all of a sudden, Brian Middleton. Hadn't rained like all day, I don't think. It was thundering earlier. Never thought it rained. Now it's raining. I'm giving you the weather update.
Sounds
on
like
ESPN 690.
There you go.
If I said, Brian Middleton, outside of the Jags and the Commanders, the number one storyline out of the NFL yesterday was what? And you would answer how?
Selfishly, I would point to my soothsaying abilities about the Texans, but that's not where I'm going to go. I think that the number one storyline would be a tie between Patrick Mahomes and them boys ready, huh? They ready. And the Miami defense,
interesting.
I'm not mad at it. There's a lot of good back and forth games or games that had a lot of big momentum swings and even kind of came down to the final series, couple series, the fourth quarter. And that's what you always like to see. But, them boy, Patrick Mahomes, them.
That's surprising.
Them boys said, look, I know y'all want to crown Josh Allen in the bill. I know what y'all want to do. Y'all want to give it to Tom Brady and the Bucs. Y'all say the Rams may be trying to run it back. I get what you want to say, but this is what we gonna do. You said that this boy out here, what's his name? Kyler Murray, you know what I'm saying? Said he didn't study. Didn't matter, right? Gave him a contract anyway. Love Arizona, huh? We got to go out there. Y'all want to say that Josh Allen them the favorite out the AFC? We going to show you what we going to do out here. Effortless.
True.
Effortless.
Without Tyreek Hill.
That as well, without Tyreek Hill. You feel what I'm saying? So that would be mine, right? I can pump up anything, and that's what I'm going to go with. What about you?
I would say, Dak Prescott being out. He all broken. He going to miss a lot of time. That's a big story. I didn't think Dallas was winning the division anyway. But not having Dak means a few things. One, Cooper Rush got to play. I don't understand how Dallas's backup is always Cooper Rush.
Always.
I don't know why you don't upgrade that when the injuries that Dak has had, but nonetheless. That means CeeDee Lamb's going to be irrelevant in fantasy, and I know I have him. I'm feeling the pain as well, folks. That means Ezekiel Elliott's going to have to run the ball, which means we might find out Tony Pollard is actually the better back there. And that Dallas defense is going to be asked to do a lot if they want to try to win games until Dak Prescott comes back.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a big one. I think that's a big storyline. I'll go to the other side with that as well. TJ Watt. TJ Watt not being healthy is a big deal for Pittsburgh. And I wonder how much he really means to them. He's great. TJ Watt's a great player. How much does he really mean? Because we're going to find out. Because even when he gets hurt, they find a way to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Steelers just find ways to win. They did it without Big Ben. They've done it since Tomlin's been there. Can they find a way to win without TJ Watt? I think that's an interesting storyline as well. And then another one, coming from the Dallas game as well, bro, Julio Jones is back. He was looking pretty good.
Yeah.
All it took was Tom Brady.
Not a step or two lost. It looked like.
Yeah, and even if Chris Godwin's not fully healthy yet, and what happened last night, Julio Jones probably going to be a problem all season long in Tampa. By the way, Leonard Fournette might be a little bit of a problem as well.
He said I can come in 260, 270.
It don't matter.
Week 1?
It don't matter at all. I'm still going to be
balling.
balling.
Lenny, man. By the way, good for him.
I love Lenny.
What did you think about, or did you even kind of dive into Aaron Rodgers, Green Bay, that whole scenario, how that looked? That actually will be one of the start bench removes, but
I'll give you some there.
Yeah.
By the way, I think there's a storyline out of every game, which is the NFL just prints money, bro. Like, you give me any of these random bum games that, you're not, the Packers kind of got blown out a little bit. But, there's a storyline off of it. Every game, there's something to talk about. And what did I make of the Packers? They, for real this time, don't have much. Every year, it's they never give him weapons. But he has Devontae Adams. You know what I mean? And Aaron Rodgers. This year, they're we didn't give you nothing for real this time.
Right. Let's watch you work. 2-time MVP.
Yeah,
or back-to-back.
Early in the game when that ball was dropped, I always forget the dude's name, Christian Watson, I think. Dropped a wide open,
when he
easy,
burned the guy?
walk-in touchdown. I don't know how Aaron Rodgers stayed on the field. I'm surprised he didn't just cut off. You know what? Put Jordan Love in. See what you got.
They showed Aaron Rodgers, on the slow-mo cam too afterwards, right?
Yeah, they did.
What is that conversation like on the sidelines?
Yeah. It's not good. And that's the thing, I don't know what they do fully. Because you look around now, they're not better than Minnesota. Minnesota was clearly the best team on the field. Now, granted, can they win in Lambeau? Will they even have to, depending on how they have the division locked up? They might not have to win in Lambeau, at least in the regular season. But can they? Winning at home is a different story, okay? Chicago, who, by the way, beat Trey Lance in a very soggy game.
The most unimpressive victory.
Yeah, but Trey Lance still lost. Watch that.
The 49ers lost.
Watch that. I promise you watch that. We've said it on this show so many times.
You've got a vendetta against Trey Lance at this point.
I love him. I've invested so much in his cards.
I know, but it feels like, is it reverse psychology you're trying to use on him? You're very down on him.
I just think if you look at the facts, the field was disgusting. The conditions were horrible.
Exactly.
He lost. They're a better team. San Francisco has better football players.
Well, we know that doesn't always equal to a loss.
It does not. You're
or
right.
A win.
But come on now. Cole Kmet had 0 catches for, get this, 0 yards. David Montgomery did absolutely nothing, and the Bears win the game.
Oh, you don't say.
Right? And you would think in those conditions, all they're going to do is pound the rock. They're like, nah, fam. Justin Fields is going to cook, sort of. But so anyway, back to the
half
Packers
baked,
part
yeah.
of this story. Yeah, he didn't like fully cook, but like, you know, he was out there at least microwaving. You know what I'm saying? But
Absolutely.
so nonetheless, the Bears are 1-0 and the Packers are 0-1. So am I comfortable saying that the Packers are just going to walk all over the Bears with what I saw? No. Because even we don't think the Bears have much. They got more than the Packers, I think, at wide receiver. I didn't realize how bad the Packers were there. They got nothing there. Tunyon's okay at tight end. They got 2 running backs that are all right. You got the MVP. Randall Cobb's like 86. They need Alan Lazard more than I thought, which is a crazy sentence to say out loud.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
I checked yesterday. I just want to make sure.
He didn't play yesterday, but... And then who else we got in the division? Oh, Detroit.
Hey.
Detroit almost won now.
Listen to me now.
They almost came back.
That's my guy right there. Yeah, hey, listen.
My man took off.
They got... I don't know what that looks like up there. I don't know if Detroit fans are like Jags fans right now, like, hey, we can get about 7-8. I don't know. But I'm telling you yesterday, I watched that game through nefarious means. That wasn't on one of the main, actual devices.
On it, yeah.
And I was like, because Philly was doing it for a minute, and then all of a sudden I'm looking, I'm like, hold on now time out. This game right here look like it's going to be something.
Yeah.
And Detroit, that was impressive.
It was.
That was an impressive showing on their end.
Because Philly's really good.
They
really are.
You know who else is really good? Just stay in that division?
What you got?
Justin Jefferson. You remember about a month and a half ago, it was either like a cash it or trash it. It was a question because Justin Jefferson said, listen, good on Cooper Kupp and Devontae Adams. I'm the best receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And I was like, calm down. Just calm down. Like, you're really good, and you probably will have that title at some point. But, like,
you might have it.
Boy, I was like, are they trying on the other end? Did they warm up over there with the Packers? Okay, because that boy was cooking early.
Minnesota is very scary all of a sudden. Like, they've always had these weapons, don't get me wrong. But you're always like, can Kirk figure it out? Can they play defense? They figured it out. The head coach might be a genius. Because he leaves the Rams, and the Rams look like crap on offense. Was this the guy? Was this the guy the whole time? Because they were torching yesterday.
I got Sean McVay on line 1. He wants to speak with you, please.
Yeah, it's Monday. I'm overreacting a little bit.
Okay.
But Vikings look tough. The Vikings look tough. Back to Detroit. Like, they backdoor cover there, which really annoys me because, some of us had Eagles -5. Detroit, like, I don't know how many games they're winning because I don't know Detroit's schedule like I know, like, the schedule here. It'll be fascinating to follow Detroit versus Jacksonville. Obviously, they play each other. But, I mean, just, like, throughout the season. Because I think Detroit feels pretty okay where they're at from where they've been. Jacksonville feels pretty good about where they're at from where they've been. I think watching those two teams throughout the season, you play a lot of similar teams. The Jags will play the Eagles. How will they stack up? They play each other. So I think that'll be an interesting one to follow because the difference is they got Jared Goff and we got Trevor Lawrence. Jacksonville probably feels better than Detroit does about Jared Goff. But if Jared Goff can get them to more wins than Trevor Lawrence, what does that say? I think it's fascinating. I think it's a good little parallel. I don't think the Jets is the parallel anymore. I think it's the Lions.
No, though Sauce Gardner, he is that guy. I understand. I get it. I know it was a loss. It just don't look great. Sauce Gardner, he is that guy. Okay, he's got to get out of New York or go over to the Giants because apparently they've got it figured out. Well, you're overreacting. I'm overreacting.
That's true.
Overreacting Monday. We need to have a segment.
We do. This has been the segment.
That's fair.
Since we're on that, Titans. I mean,
you going to take it? Them your guys, right? Them your pick. You tell me what happened.
I don't know. I've been on the Titans a little bit. Like, hey, they might not be that good. They lost to Daniel Jones. They really lost to Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, they did.
But,
No, I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
It was bad. They should have won again. Why can nobody make kicks? Why is everybody struggling for a kicker?
Riley Patterson said, listen, I know I bonked one, okay, but 3 or 4? Liz, that's the best you've had in years.
And I know the Titans guy didn't go 3 for 4, but he missed the one that mattered. You know what I'm saying?
Part of the game.
It's not.
It's literally
it's
not
not
part
for
of the
the
game.
Ravens. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Evan McPherson gets blocked on a PAT. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to put that on him, but the kicking is wild. But Tennessee, the Tennessee one confuses me.
So is this
fully.
the beginning of the end? Has the locker room turned on the head coach and the quarterback?
For Tennessee?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but
okay.
I think I like what you said originally. Is this the beginning of the end? Well, they do got Malik Willis just sitting there. A whole fresh Malik Willis.
Boy, Tannehill feeling that Trey Lance kind of
Put
pressure.
him, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Put him back at you see what I'm saying? There's a storyline in every game. The NFL is insane.
Absolutely.
They just printing money.
Printing it. Man.
We got to cash those checks, though, Brian Milton, because we got to go to break.
Oh, okay. That's what we're going to do. We're
You know
going to go
what
to
I'm
break.
Yeah, we ain't printing money, but we know the way to make the money is, the commercials. So we got to do that. A lot to do, though. By the way, I haven't even told you this yet. I have told you OT with Kuhrts and Middleton. We go until 7:30 tonight, and we got Monday Night Football. We got Russell Wilson, the Russell Wilson revenge game for real, making his Denver Bronco debut against the Seattle Seahawks. You can hear it right here on ESPN 690 at 7:30. We take you all the way up until that moment, and then we will let Westwood One take over for their coverage of the game. But we're still here until 7:30, and we continue the show next right after this.
September is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's got 500 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
Hey, boss, look. The ding-dong doorbell cameras made the news again.
Again? You would think that mega company that bought them out would be more buttoned up.
You would think. But now some homeowners are upset they shared camera footage without their consent.
Huh. Being a crook and all, one thing we know is that home security systems are not created equal.
That's for sure.
I mean, take SafeTouch Security. I don't pretend to know about their video monitoring encryptions or algorithms or their flux capacitor or whatever.
Wait, what?
Whatever it is they do, it works. That's why you don't hear about SafeTouch cameras in the news.
Encryptions, algorithms, and flux capacitors?
Never mind. It's also why we have the Crooks Arrest Golden Rule. Stay away from SafeTouch houses. Stick to that and we'll be fine.
Crooks know to stay away from SafeTouch houses. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of SafeTouch Security Systems. No one beats our technology or our price.
Call SafeTouch today at 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233. Flux capacitor not included.
Koala Insulation.
Hey, I'm Carrie.
And I'm Bruce. We're the owners of Koala Insulation. That summer heat's right around the corner, and so are those high energy bills. Don't just sweat it out, do something about it. Call Koala Insulation today for your free evaluation. We don't quote over the phone or just poke our heads up in your attic. We do a full evaluation to include attic ventilation needs as well as insulation.
Give us a call at 904-679-6282 or online at koalainsulation.com.
Love sports? Come be a part of the sports industry by joining an amazing team and contributing to one of the fastest growing companies in sports, One Fanatics. Now's the time to join our team and help us win together. Come to our hiring event Saturday, September 17th at UNF Herbert Center, anytime from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to get on the roster. Learn about the positions you can play, food, chances to win prizes, and the great benefits, including a 40% employee discount. Get off the bench and get in the game at One Fanatics.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Ready to elevate your lifestyle? You can do that at iCryo in St. Johns County. Recovery is an important part of staying healthy. The cryotherapy chamber, red light therapy, the sauna, and compression. Just some of the ways you can do that at iCryo at the Pavilion at Durbin Park. IV infusions, body sculpting also available. Get the student pass for $99. And if you have an event, invite iCryo to come out. They have mobile IV services as well as compression therapy for recovery and hydration. Download the iCryo app or visit iCryo today in St. Johns County and elevate your lifestyle.
Dave Benyon here with Zero Res. Fall is my favorite time of year. It's cooling down outside, and it's perfect weather for cleaning carpets and tile. For September, get your 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for $129, and we'll clean a 4th room for free. Zero Res spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Celsius Essential Energy is Jacksonville's official energy drink of summer, and Jacksonville summers are fueled by Celsius. If you see ESPN690 out and about this summer, come grab an ice-cold Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Overtime on a Monday, and we're really going into double OT here in just a little bit. The broadcast on Brian Middleton, Georgia Southern Zone. We'll talk about that in the 7 o'clock hour. So we got more time, but we will talk about that. Kasey Kuhrts with you as well. We got start, bench, remove on a Monday. If you're new here, you'll understand quickly what's happening. I'm giving the people the rules, Brian. I didn't anticipate doing that, but I'm going to start. Brian's going to give me 3 options.
Yeah.
I'm going to start one. I'm going to bench one.
Yeah.
And I'm going to remove one from the face of the earth.
Yeah. Like forever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, forever. You can play along in your car.
On the stream?
On the stream. You know, whatever decisions you decide to make. Twitter. Anywhere you want to be, play along. What decisions would you make? You can let us know. But the only person that's really going to let anybody know anything is me, because Brian gives me the options, I say them, and then, yeah. But we invite you to play along wherever you are. It's a hell of an intro. What do we got?
Yeah, that was a lot. Been a long day for you, Kasey Kuhrts.
You have no idea.
Actually,
no,
day.
you do.
Yeah. Kasey's been here all day. Huh? Well, them early morning shows, man. All right, Kasey Kuhrts. First up, year 2. All right?
Oh, boy.
Year 2.
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
Trey Lance. Mac Jones.
Ooh.
Be careful, okay?
Yeah, I'm just going to.
Got a couple of Jacksonville Sons in here.
I'm just going to do it, probably. I'm not giving up. Start Trevor Lawrence. I think Mac Jones is going to struggle because of, again, another team with no offensive weapons. But I will bench him because I think he's talented. I'm going to have to remove Trey Lance. I hate to do it.
Do you?
I really do. True. Tied up in this, man, you have no idea. But you can't lose to the Bears when you got a whole Jimmy G just sitting there on the bench. You know, you started the show with Urban Meyer laughing. I could have called Jimmy G and got a similar response.
Yo, Jimmy G probably had that laugh with the flashlight, you know, when they're telling the scary stories all of a sudden. Yeah, that's probably young Garoppolo.
I got to do the smart decision there, Brian.
Yeah, that was smart. Okay. Pitfalls. Okay, next up. Sure thing, Kasey Kuhrts. These wideouts had the most receptions in week 1. So there's going to be 4 names. You're going to be cutting 2 of these guys.
I got to cut 2?
Yeah. You're going to be removing from the face of the earth forever. Okay?
Forever, ever.
Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, Jamar Chase. Holy smokes, that's a lineup.
Holy smokes.
That's a lineup, Kasey Kuhrts.
I'll explain myself. I'm going to start A.J. Brown. Here's why.
Whoa!
Here's why.
Whoa!
A.J. Brown got disrespected up and down this offseason.
He did.
He was the only wide receiver that complained about his pay that didn't get paid. They said, you know what? We are better off without you. They then lost to the New York Giants. A.J. Brown found a team that wanted his services, and Jalen Hurts said, hold on, fam. We gonna feast. And they feasted.
Yeah.
They absolutely feasted.
Yeah.
I'm starting A.J. Brown.
I like it. You've convinced me. Wow.
Who else we got? Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase, and Devontae Adams?
Yeah, that's who's left, Kasey.
Holy cow. Oh, man.
Got 2 of those guys. That's amazing. The audacity of it all.
It's a heck of a game. I'm going to bench Davante Adams.
Big.
It is. Going to a new team, had to make a statement, had to get the fans on his side, even though they already were. And Davante said, I got this, fam. 10 catches, $140 plus. I'll score one if you don't mind playing with my boy Derek Carr. And he showed, you know what? It don't matter who's throwing me the ball. You guys thought I was good because Aaron Rodgers is throwing me the ball? Nah, fam. Aaron Rodgers is good because he was throwing me the ball. That's what it is. So they got some things to figure out in Las Vegas. They got to figure out how to get Darren Waller more involved. Hunter Renfrow needs his targets. I suggest this. Don't run it. Don't run the ball at any point in time.
Oh, wow.
Derek Carr throws it 70 times.
Okay.
30 targets each. And then you got 10 for somebody else that's on the team somewhere. Maybe the running backs. And, I think Davante Adams. And then I unfortunately have to remove Jamar Chase and Cooper Kupp, who are well-deserved of being still on the face of the earth.
Wow.
But I think I made a good case for the 2 guys I kept.
Those men have families. All right, Kasey Kuhrts. Wow. Let's take it off sports for a second, okay?
All right.
We're going back to consoles because you've gotten that wrong so many times in this game.
Don't put the GameCube on here. You know what's going to happen.
I'm not going to. Xbox One, PS5, the 8-bit Nintendo. There's a right answer. There's a right answer.
Xbox One, PS5, the 8-bit Nintendo?
Yes. Come on now,
I'm
Kasey.
pretty sure the only one of those I played is the 8-bit Nintendo.
Oh, I thought you had a PS.
I have a 4.
Okay.
So naturally, I'll just remove those 2, and I'll keep the Nintendo.
Oh.
I haven't played either of them.
You're going to remove. Okay. Well,
I'm removing them both.
Yeah.
You got to go. If I can't afford you, you got to go.
All right, it's against the rules, but we'll go with it. Okay. Points on the board, Kasey Kuhrts. These teams' offenses were doing it to the fullest. Okay. Kansas City with 44 points. Philly with 38. And I went with Buffalo instead of Detroit, but Buffalo had 31 points.
I'm going to start Kansas City.
Please do.
Because it don't matter. It could be me and you and Aaron and Brent.
That's the first time I
and
agree
Mahomes
with you.
Is going to eat. You know what I mean? We're going to be open somehow.
Yeah.
And if we're not open, he's going to throw us open.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Mahomes. You know what? I'm going to bench the Eagles.
Yo, you are wild, boy.
I know. I just talked about A.J. Brown. Let him eat. Jalen Hurts. You know he got to eat. And, the Bills. They're all right. But we got to remove them. You got one more for me?
Yeah. Oh, man, we're already here. You know what? Let's go to the last one right here, Kasey. I've been drinking.
Okay. A familiar one here.
Tequila on a private beach. Mm-hmm. Your favorite beer with the entire Tampa Bay Rays? Or a Celsius right here in the ESPN690 studios, Kasey Kuhrts? What we going with?
I think I'm going to have to go with the Celsius. It's right here.
It's
available. You know what I'm saying? It's just essential energy. I've been going since I got up at 6. You know what I'm saying? I don't need that coffee. I don't need that whatever. I just need the essential energy from Celsius.
That's what we like
You
to
got to
hear.
live fit, baby. I'm going to work on one of these in the break, and we're going to come back for the power half hour before Monday Night Football. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. We'll be right back.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
This is Paul Gray, founder of Gray Matter Distillery, inviting you to check out the new home of Jacksonville's first craft distillery in beautiful Atlantic Beach. Since 2014, we have been the proud distillers of such iconic local spirits as Carr Vodka and Live Oak Whiskey. In our new distillery, you can enjoy one of our handcrafted cocktails made using only the freshest ingredients for only $8 a drink. Enjoy cocktails, sample small batches of vodka or whiskey, or take a bottle home. Pick up your very own Gray Matter Distillery shot glass for free when you mention this ad. Come see us this weekend, and remember to please drink responsibly.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami. Jules in Minneapolis and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
People often ask me, how much money do I have to pay you up front to be my personal lawyer? The answer is nothing. It's free unless we win. What about a slip and fall or car crash case? Free unless we win.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
September is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's got 500 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
Hey, I'm Carey.
And I'm Bruce. We're the owners of Koala Insulation. That summer heat's right around the corner, and so are those high energy bills. Don't just sweat it out, do something about it. Call Koala Insulation today for your free evaluation. We don't quote over the phone or just poke our heads up in your attic. We do a full evaluation to include attic ventilation needs as well as insulation.
Give us a call at 904-679-6282 or online at koalainsulation.com.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that really wants to help. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
You know what's great about getting older? The toys are way cooler. Spring is here, and it's playtime.
Yeah!
And One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union, has slash loan rates across the board on all the toys. Motorcycles, jet skis, boats, RVs, ATVs, even golf carts. And it's fun and potentially dangerous. One-to-One Financial has the perfect loan to help you finance it. Check out our rock-bottom rates and apply now at one-to-one-fcu.org. Come out and play. Federally insured by NCUA.
Children's Home Society of Florida's 38th Annual Caring Chefs is back. Join us Sunday, October 23rd at the Glass Factory and try samples from the First Coast finest chefs, sommeliers, and craft brewers, all for a good cause. Buy tickets today at chsfl.org/chefs.
What's up? It's Kasey. Check out the podcast Action Sports Jacks on ESPN690, wherever you get your podcasts.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN690 Anna Jar and Levine studios. Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter. Monday Night Football, the final game of the week. Number is visiting the Seattle Seahawks, and that means it is the return of Russell Wilson, traded to Denver during the offseason. Lisa Salters has this report for ESPN's Monday Night Football.
While Wilson admits there will be plenty of opportunities to be emotional throughout this return, he's going to try to just stay focused on the mission of trying to play well tonight and get back to Denver with a win. He said, He's grateful for his time here in Seattle, for the history and success that he was a part of, and for the impact that he believes he's had on and off the field here in the city. So at the end of the day, whether or not fans cheer him or boo him, Russell Wilson told us he's built for this moment. He's excited for it. And for those times tonight when he actually allows himself to reflect, he says he believes he'll feel joy.
ESPN's Lisa Salters in Seattle as the Seahawks get set to close out week 1 against the Broncos. Denver, according to the Caesar Sportsbook, 6-point favorite with your total sitting at 44. Coverage is underway on ESPN television, including Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. They have just made their first appearance on ESPN. Manning Cast is up and available as well later tonight. All the festivities kick 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Tonight's game can also be seen on ABC television. Injury news. Dak Prescott had surgery to repair the broken bone in his right thumb. 6 to 8 weeks, he's out. TJ Watt has a torn pec. Question is he gone for the season, or is he only gone for rest, possibly at least 6 weeks? Patriots quarterback Mac Jones says his back is fine. Major League Baseball right now. Houston, 2-0 lead in Detroit. Tampa and Toronto open a 5-game series north of the border.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
Jay is like Don King. Whoever wins, he jumps in that corner. Yeah, that's right.
Does it benefit me if I bet on them? My favorite teams are teams that win me money.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Georgia Southern!
Hey, man.
Stand up!
Come on, Eagles. Come on, Eagles.
Georgia Southern
I don't know what I can
Eagles.
say on here, man. Get after they. Get her, baby. Get her.
When did you graduate?
Let Kasey tell you 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Going on 35 years ago.
Yeah. Class of 72, Brian Middleton. Georgia
1872.
Southern.
Fun fact.
What'd you got?
Yeah, man. That wouldn't be too fun of a fact that I would put it out in the public. But listen, man. Back to trying to save this right now.
Right.
Georgia Southern. Let me tell you something, boys. Okay. And girls. You know what I mean?
Talk
Part of the team. Let me tell you real quick, okay? There's a long tradition. There's a long tradition of good football. Now, a lot of it didn't happen when I was there, okay? But I heard about it, and I heard about championships, and I heard about multiple players who made the league. And I heard about a time when 9 wins wasn't good enough, okay? But what you guys did, going out there to Nebraska, the land of farmers' daughters, I think that's Iowa, actually, but I'm gonna go to Nebraska right now, okay? Out there with all that corn, people shucking corn out there. And what you guys did, what you guys pulled off, the Scott Frost career killers. That's what I call y'all now, okay? No hate towards Scott Frost. Thought he was a good coach. When I was doing all the updates for Orlando for the ESPN station down there, that was during the Scott Frost era. And I was like, this guy's amazing. We've talked about it on this show. But I tell you what, when it comes to the real GSU, Georgia Southern, Statesboro, stand up. And the Savannah campus now, stand up. Georgia Southern in this building. If you having Eagle problems, I feel bad for you, son.
There you go.
It's because I always get caught on the show, and then you're like, don't get caught.
Yep.
And that's the song.
Well,
okay. Anyway.
yep.
Yeah, man, Georgia Southern, man. Casey, let me
Georgia
ask you this, man.
Southern.
Let me throw it back
Stand
your way.
up. Statesboro.
There you go, Kasey Kuhrts. You know what?
And the Savannah campus.
After I take you and Amanda to my grandma's church, which is still on the table, but, after the season, okay? When we come back, we're going to go through Statesboro.
Yeah, we are.
I'm going to show you some spots around there, man.
Yep.
We're going to go to El Som.
Yep.
Amazing. Even though, you hate Mexican cuisine, you're going to like this, okay?
Yep.
I'm just saying, man, it's going to be great, man. I'll take you. Yeah, it's going to be good. Anyway, let me throw this back your way, though. The most surprising thing that happened during this week with college football, I'm going to give you a couple of options, though, first.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama struggling with Texas, because I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, okay.
Remember
Quinn Ewers when I made fun of him that one time?
Yeah, you did. The UGA score, I got to find it again. I believe it was much closer than I thought, even though they like shut the team out, right? It was like 30-0 or something like that.
You just stop.
Yeah, what was it? Is it that? That was a big confusing.
It wasn't like 70.
It was confusing.
Yeah.
And
Stanford,
Yeah, okay.
They almost beat Florida that one time.
Yeah, give them problems.
A lot of problems.
Notre Dame doing what Notre Dame does.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Or other. So you got 4 options, other as well.
Yeah, here's the thing. Just to wrap up on Georgia Southern, I wouldn't put them in this conversation. Heck of a win. Amazing win. Statesboro, stand up. Nebraska is horrible. Scott Frost got, you know what I mean? So, like, when you say surprises, like you said Notre Dame there. No, like, I'm surprised Nebraska lost to Georgia Southern. But at the same time, I'm like, well, it is Nebraska. Notre Dame, I'm like, hey, what is happening? Marshall? But still, the most surprising is Alabama to me. I thought they would blow them out. I sat here in this very seat, in front of this very microphone, on this very station, when the show was called Action Sports Jacks Overtime. Now it's called OT with Kuhrts and Middleton. You know what I'm saying?
Well done.
And I said, Alabama's going to cover the spread easy. It's not going to be a good game. It was on ESPN690. I said, please listen to the first half and then come back for Jumbo Shrimp Baseball. But hopefully you stayed for the whole thing because it was a good football game. I was impressed with Texas because Quinn Ewers gets knocked out. Backup quarterback comes in. He's hobbling around, and they did everything but win. But they gave him a chance. They played Alabama better than anybody plays Alabama. I think Alabama has some weaknesses. I think they were exposed a little bit. Sarkisian, he coached a good football game. He knew what he was doing. Coming off of the working with Saban, he knew what he was doing. He had his number a little bit. Bryce Young's just better. You know what I mean? In college football, you got better players, you tend to win. They had better players at the end of the game. Bryce Young went down the field, took him down the field, kicker made a kick. So I'm just surprised by it because you know who's taking notes? Kirby Smart. Kirby said, oh, okay. This is what they did. Mm-hmm. Georgia might blow them out.
Now, see, I get it's overreacting Monday. I get that, right?
Georgia might blow them out.
But see, like, now you thinking about, it's not going to be September and December. That's not how the calendar works.
Georgia might blow them out.
And they might not get blown out.
They might not.
Right? They might.
But I think it's more realistic that they do.
So, this is the deal, right? You talk about Kirby making notes. Okay.
He's taking them right now.
Sarkisian. Like, these guys just...
Sark gave it a try.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Like, he just coached. Like, he understands what's going on with Alabama. So, he intimately knows a lot more details, even more so than other guys who may have coached for Coach Saban, like, even years ago, right? And so, he understands some of the strengths and some of the weaknesses of the program as a whole. Mm-hmm. Kind of, maybe, what the idea is behind the teaching, behind the concepts and whatnot. Couple that with Texas, and we just assume that Texas hopefully can recruit.
They got some boys.
So they got players.
Yeah.
So maybe it was just an underestimation of the Texas Longhorn program as a whole. And I'm not ready to say that UJ is going to blow anybody out. No, I ain't ready to do that right there, okay?
They might.
Now, I did text you. I was like, listen, UJ is the #1 team right now. I don't care what their score was against Sanford. So, make sure that you put them #1. I'm ready for that.
Sure.
But I also texted you this, man, and I think that this is really true. There's no doubt in my mind that these kids that work in college football in general work hard.
Yes.
At Alabama, they work hard. They probably worked so hard today or whenever they got back to practice. I don't know if it was a Monday or Tuesday, however they do their actual, schedule once the season starts.
Mm-hmm.
But there's certain times, Kasey, and you can even relate with this. There's certain times when you're having an autopilot and you can't get off of autopilot until you get a near scare. And I really think that's what happened here. I think there was a combination of factors.
That's a good call.
You got a coach that coached, and understood Alabama a bit better than most coaches, who has players on his team, real athletes that can match up for the most part with Alabama. And then you got a team in Alabama. It's not so much that they came in just looking like, this is just Texas, but they're looking at it like, well, we're Alabama. We're gonna make this happen, right? We can turn it on, whatever cliche you want to use.
Yeah.
And they got it. They got the living daylight scared out of them.
They did.
Deep down, I know that Nick Saban scowled. I know that I don't know if he cusses. I'm assuming that I'm sure he cursed him up and down. Yeah. I'm sure that he's been cussing him up and down today. I'm sure the assistant coach has been cussing up and down today. I'm sure they've been all detailed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
I think he's still on the staff.
Deep down, I think Nick Saban, behind closed doors, with all the mics are off, and nobody has their phone out, maybe with some other coach, he says that, and then he smiles because he's like, I got him. Now I got the kids. Now they tuned in. And I think they about to heaven help the next 4 to 5 opponents. I'm just going to be real with you.
Here's the thing, though. I just looked that up. I agree with you. Here's the thing. L.A. Monroe. Vanderbilt.
Okay.
I'm going to skip this next one because I think it's fascinating, but I will keep going.
All right.
The NIL Bowl, which has quickly turned into not that exciting.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
Holy cow, Texas A&M. By the way, I might have called that one. Tennessee, Mississippi State, they win all those games. LSU, they win that game. But here's the one I skipped. It's coming up October 1st. And the Alabama Crimson Tide will travel to one of your favorite things to say. I believe it's Pig Suey.
Yeah. Even though, I wasn't happy this past weekend, but yeah.
They will travel to Arkansas. Arkansas is good. I'm not saying they're going to win.
It sounds like that's what you're implying, though.
What
Stop
I'm saying
Knock it off.
What I'm saying is, for Alabama, right, you saying they're going to beat the brakes off their next few opponents.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. That's the best team they play left in the regular season. They don't play Georgia till the playoff or till the SEC championship. A&M has looked extremely underwhelming in 2 games. It's not just the loss. It's the first game that they didn't look very good either.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, LSU is not good. Ole Miss, no. Auburn, no. Tennessee, they beat Pitt, which really annoys me because, Pitt. But the best team they play left is Arkansas. I'm not saying Arkansas is going to beat them, but that's the game, right? If they're going to steal one and it didn't happen for Texas, that could be the game for Arkansas and Alabama. I think that's going to be a good game to watch. That's all I'm saying.
So you're just telling people, hey, make sure you watch that game. Not because Alabama could lose, just because.
I'm just telling you that's the,
okay.
Keep an eye on that one.
All right. We'll do.
Because KJ Jefferson is good. You found out.
We'll do, Kasey.
He was running all over your boys.
We'll do.
Throwing all over him.
Yeah, no, they made a fast start. Slowed down for him, though. You want to talk about people taking notes?
Man, they still got the win.
They got the win. And it was, scored a lot of points.
Back to Notre Dame. What in the world? Marcus Freeman, hey.
He ain't won the game yet as the head coach.
He has not. But all the reports are great about him.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
That win column say otherwise, though.
He's like the Jacksonville Jaguars of college football. He can't figure out how to win. Yeah, I said it.
Imagine playing Ohio State that tough and then Marshall. You want to talk about someone on an autopilot. Now, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I don't even disrespect y'all like that, okay? When I see a game against Marshall, I'm like, okay, it'll be 38-28.
Yeah.
There you go. That'd be okay.
Yeah.
But, man, that was
their offense.
That was exciting to
and
see.
The defense. Yeah, the Notre Dame one's interesting. So many good upsets. Georgia Southern, Statesboro.
Back in the day, Georgia Southern and App State were like a rivalry.
Did you see the stat? It was like those two schools combined got paid $3.6 million to play those games, and they won.
Hey, listen. How much? How much, Kasey?
3.6.
$3.6 million?
Mm-hmm.
Tell them to bring me my money.
And if you think about it, it cost Nebraska a whole lot more than that because now they got to pay the buyout to Scott Frost.
Yeah, Scott, I need all my money, too. He was like,
tell them to bring me my money.
Scott's happy today. Or yesterday, whenever that happened. If I'm him, I'm like, thank goodness. Because, I'm not quitting. You know what I mean? I need my buyout. But, I said this to you a couple days ago. I don't even know if it was on the air. I don't think it was on the air. And I said it earlier today on the show. I'll say it again. Who's going to play for Nebraska? If you're a recruit, take the Midwest out of it, right? Because they got some okay football players. But, if you're really recruiting to a top-level school, if you're Alabama, sorry. If you're Georgia, you go to Texas to recruit. You go to Georgia to recruit. You come to Florida to recruit. You know how sideways I would look at Scott Frost if he came to Florida, Jacksonville? It was like, Kasey, we really want you to be on our team. Say, in Nebraska?
What that NIL looking like?
True.
Because we need to negotiate.
It's not better than, some of these other ones I'm hearing because I got to go live in a cornfield for 4 years.
I mean, first of all, but, Nebraska, well, see, you're married. I'm about to say Nebraska is the land of farmers' daughters, man. Upstanding women. I'm just saying.
Well, guess what? That pitch hasn't worked.
It sure hasn't worked.
Because they are inferior.
They're like...
They are not good.
Oh, boy.
And they're not going to be good, which comes to the second part of this. And I knew we'd get here, and you didn't even bring it up. The name that I've heard with that job, Mark Stoops. Hey, bro, I'm not going. I comfortably will sit at Kentucky.
Now, this may not be the... Okay, yeah. One, yes. But two, another team that popped into my head, not quite the same, not quite the same team, especially with success in the past, honestly, decade. But it's a team that me and you both know well because we used to, rag one of our former coworkers, like Wisconsin. Like, who trying to go to Wisconsin? But they find themselves in the top 25. I mean, they just lost
and then
to
they
Washington
lose.
State.
Yeah.
But at least they get there. At least they get people to believe enough, whether it be from their recruiting or enough winning in the season prior to start with a pretty good ranking. So I don't know what it is about Nebraska, but I will say this. I think Scott Frost is an exceptional coach, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. It's like a relationship, Kasey Kuhrts.
Sometimes
you can have two amazing people,
Mm-hmm.
Love each other to death, Kasey Kuhrts. Good people,
Good
volunteer,
Yeah.
They are just like, hey, man, we want to save the world. But when it comes to them trying to connect and make it work as one, it don't connect. This must be it. This must be what's happening because Scott, I'm telling you, go back and look at YouTube, Scott Frost UCF, or go look up old Google Docs or whatever and just read about it. They were really good, like really good.
Mm-hmm. He's a better coach of this. I agree with that. I don't know what happens next for Scott Frost fully. I do come to
Florida.
I do feel comfortable saying this. Wisconsin's definitely the next Nebraska. Once we stop inflating them and we just let them do their thing and lose football games, we'll give up on that. But right now, it's a mess in Nebraska. I'm glad you brought the music because I don't really want to talk about the Florida Gators.
Talk about it on the other side of this.
We don't have time. We got to get people set for Monday Night Football.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
We got to make sure everyone's set on that one. Coming up on ESPN690, by the way, you can hear the game right here thanks to Westwood One. One thought on the Florida Gators. Yikes.
You're free agent now?
I've always been a free agent. They really don't have much outside of Anthony Richardson. Their weapons are not good. Trevor Etienne's pretty good. That doesn't surprise me. Outside of that, it's a yikes situation. I wish they would have just lost to Utah now.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
All right, listen, I'm glad they didn't because I would have to hear you talk about, I told you, I don't want them. What are they doing? I can hear you already if they would have lost to Utah, Kasey. I like bandwagon Kasey more than what are they doing, Kasey.
We'll follow it all season long. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. We're back right after this.
Thanks for all the support on the Dream 18 cards. We sold out of Dream 18 cards, and we're raising more funds for local charities through the Dream 18. Coming up next, it's a Dream 18 golf tournament, September 19th at the Golf Club at Southampton. Registration is now open. We'd love you to be a part of it. Buy a foursome, or maybe just play on an individual basis. Maybe it's a tee sign. Get your company involved. Here's how you register. Action Sports Shacks, Dream18.com. September 19th at the Golf Club of Southampton. Play in our Dream 18 Action Sports Shacks, Dream18.com.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
A 7 on the WOKV weather meter is lingering light rain and showers and becoming partly cloudy overnight with some fog toward morning dropping to near 70 degrees. Partly sunny Tuesday, a few afternoon showers and thunderstorms develop with highs in the upper 80s. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
The best decisions are usually based on experience and trust. And when it comes to selling your home, Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted and experienced real estate team in the U.S. with nearly 10,000 5-star reviews. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry, so you can sell your home stress-free and make the most money. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys. No markups, no retail gains, and never a commission.
If you've been injured on the job and are not receiving the benefits you're entitled to, call me, Glenn Levine, at the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000, and take back control of your life.
Office in Jacksonville.
Sometimes the mortgage process can be a tricky one, a dead end for some. Not with Carrington Mortgage Services. They have a team that will find a solution for you. That's what they do. That's what they are experts in, finding loan solutions for unconventional borrowers. If you're self-employed or a freelancer, if you have low credit scores, if you're an investor looking to use cash flow to qualify, Carrington Mortgage Services will find a loan for you. CarringtonMortgage.com. Carrington Mortgage Services, LLC, NMLS ID number 2600, Equal Housing Lender.
The IRS doesn't mess around. If they want your money, they'll take it. They can take your paycheck and bank accounts too, even threaten your home or business. Don't take on the IRS alone. If you owe back taxes, the smartest thing you can do is call Optima Tax Relief. The experts at Optima specialize in a powerful IRS tax assistance program called the Fresh Start Initiative. And their clients that qualify are saving thousands. One call starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options. Optima is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Optima has already resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Get your life back. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN690.
Overtime. Brian Middleton, Kasey Kuhrts, ESPN 690 on a Monday. I'd love to tell you it's a victory Monday. It's not. But
wow,
we got another chance next Monday.
Okay, yeah.
We got another chance next Monday and the foreseeable Mondays after that. And me and Brian Middleton will be here on those Mondays to break it down until 7:30, because at 7:30 we got Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football. Brian Middleton, we got the Seattle Seahawks. We got Russell Wilson's debut on the Denver Broncos. What are you excited to see tonight?
The Russell Wilson revenge game.
Yeah, he's going to cook.
How is the NFL giving us so many revenge games so soon?
Yeah,
this is amazing.
Nice of them. Yeah, I agree. It's the main storyline. Do we expect Seattle to score a point?
I can't wait to hear your response. But yeah, they will score a point.
Yeah, probably like 3. Do they score in double digits?
They got 1-point plays now, because that's what I would mean.
Safety.
By the way,
they can get a safety. I'm serious though. They don't score over 10 points.
Oh, it's Seattle.
Yeah.
Dang, DK Metcalf's like, man.
DK Metcalf's like, hey, I need something. I need some help.
You don't think this could be the potential resurgence of Geno Smith?
Nope.
Okay.
But what I will tell you is this game's on ESPN 690 coming up in 5 minutes. In just about 5 minutes' time, me and Brian Middleton are going to say goodbye. There will be a commercial break. And then the next thing you hear will be Westwood One's coverage of the football game. You got anybody going in fantasy tonight, Brian?
I didn't look. It's been a rough one, so I didn't look.
Oh.
After Thursday. No, I'm just playing. I was watching yesterday, and it wasn't that great.
I got Javonte Williams, but I think I got it locked up either way. That'll do it for us. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. We are back tomorrow. Until then, enjoy the football game. The Broncos and the Seattle Seahawks coming up next on ESPN 690. I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to